waste your time in Tulsa. Let's go green.
He's got the run, but isn't enough. It's a drag race to the finish. Culver goes from third to first in the last quarter.
Experience the world's most legendary racing events with iRacing. iRacing special events allow any member to compete in full-length multiplayer races based on some of the biggest events in motorsports all year round. Compete in virtual endurance races such as the 24 Hours of Daytona, Spa 24, and the Nürburgring 24 Hours. Take on some of the toughest races on the NASCAR calendar, such as the Daytona 500 and the Coke 600. We have races from disciplines across the racing world, from the Indy 500 to the Chili Bowl, from the Bathurst 1000 to the Crandon Championship. Our endurance special events utilize iRacing's team feature, where members can sign up and race together on their own team, swapping drivers throughout the race. Other events use iRacing Super Sessions, where you're not only racing against those on track, but against everyone taking part. As every race progresses, watch and feel the track change, with progressive time of day, dynamic weather and rain, and dynamic track debris and surface changes. Take on your favorite discipline, or try a brand new racing challenge with our biggest races of the year, the iRacing Special Events. Learn more at iracing.com/special-events.
Find ourselves just 5 miles away from the border between Virginia and North Carolina. On the Greensboro Road comes a fabled oval in terms of the battle we have today. Welcome to Martinsville and your MX-500 that gets itself ready to roar into life, and we know that 500 laps of intense battling are now gonna have to be done under the lights here today at Martinsville Speedway. Welcome everybody to your iRacing special event. My name's Jake Sperry. Ron Moans alongside with me here as part of RaceSpot TV's coverage of this wonderful event here on iRacing and of course on RaceSpot TV. And Ron, this is as simple as survive, said the prophet first. And you look around, it's going to be a frantic end to the race schedule for iRacing special events.
And we have got some amazing events to look forward to between now and the end of 2025. I mean, of course, here for the MX-500, the iRacing FF1600 Festival coming up, that Suzuka 1000, the SCCA runoffs holds a dear place in my heart as a member of the SCCA. The Winter Derby, the Chili Bowl that I was on last year, and the Production Car Challenge should bring this year to a conclusion. But here for the MX-500, as you just said, Jake, this is going to be a matter of survival for these competitors. Be there at the very end, and you may have a good shot at taking home a special event crown.
It's just over half a mile in terms of difference. It pulls itself from the Wayland series then for the MX-5 Cup, which has been so influential over the last few years in terms of what it's been able to produce for great sim racing action, what it has done for great racing action out there overall. And qualifying is currently underway. They have 2 laps available and 5 minutes worth of time to get it done, and Ted Lowendick moves up then to the top on what is a 22.436, outpacing the Belgian in the number 5, Felix Ferrer, then in second position. So some great time starting to come in. Brad Newman's just gone third as we take a look with a driver out of laps, David Toaster.
Yeah, let's see what he does as he comes out of the turn, currently qualified in P5 in this very close qualifying session. Times are minuscule. The gaps are minuscule between all of these competitors. The top 20 or the top 19 if you want to break outside of the 0.5 of a second barrier, all covered by about a half a second as Lincoln Fox jumping up to the pole.
Lincoln Fox is no stranger to great Mazda racing and someone who can go out there and be a challenger in every single sense of the word, and managing a beautiful job there with that qualifying time to put himself up on top at the moment. There are so many great drivers who can make a claim out there. Justin Melillo running the FTF car out there at the moment. 19th fastest there with a 22.8, and they're all running fixed setup today, Ron. So there's not a case of you can tune the car to make it a little bit quicker, more responsive. You have to drive it as stock.
Yeah, it's all about driver skill here, and this is a skill-based track, both in the NASCAR world and, of course, here with these MX-5s. Samuel Wright jumps up to P7 in that number 31 car, now a 10th and a half off of that pole time from Lincoln Fox, and will potentially stand as we have now 38 seconds left on the clock in this qualifying session before we move off into this race. But this is a driver skill-based event. These drivers are going to have to wheel their cars to the absolute limit of control all throughout tonight to try and make it to that checkered flag first.
Yeah, and it's just split over into 5 splits, so we'll have 31 running. If we were just a couple drivers short of that, we could have had a full field of 40 looking to put it all down on the board. But qualifying then is done for all drivers looking to put it together, and so the field will now stack itself out as follows with a 22.365, almost what is nearly 2/3 of a tenth of a second. Lincoln Fox will take the pole position ahead of Ted Lowendick, who will be alongside on the front row. Inside of row 2 for Felix Ferrer, and then Brad Newman from Australia running from 4th. Matthew Bird and David Toaster will make up the 3rd row of the grid. Samuel Wright, the New Zealander, will go from 7th with Unai Ortiz in 8th place. John Barbineau there in 9th, has Charles Wimbley there for company in 10th place. Clint Econog will be in 11th in the Crayola car, with Lars Chenoweth then going from 12th. It is then Robert Nelson and Dylan Wylezinski in 14th position, as Lee Olsen and Lachlan Frank will have row 8. Row 9 will see Vinicius Burin, the Brazilian, and Kyle Dragon, the number 1 rated driver on Oval iRacing, going from 18th. Patrick Moose in the Hello Kitty car will be going from 19th, and Nathan Barrows makes up the top 20, as Justin Melillo will go from 21st, along with Stefan Hansinger in 22nd. John Michael Dunnigan is on row 12. On the outside is Jacob Klein, and then you're looking over to the last driver to set a time. That was Zach Range, about 0.8 of a second off the pace. Everyone else is split by their iRating. Joe Thompson, James Mendez there in 27th, Dale Tanhart, Matt Pelletier in 29th. The All-Star, the Porsche All-Star, Xavier Sanchez, Heike 360 ES on Twitch is 30th, and the final position out there today, Dwayne Drummond in 31st position. A strength of field of 4,500 to go and make this race work, which for oval spec on a series like this, where most drivers who run the MX-5 will be drivers who look around here, Ron, and say they get a road iRating from that, a GT style iRating from it. It is a very strong strength of field.
Oh, it is an incredibly strong field that we have got for this race. And this race that we have ahead, probably going to be a bit on the cutthroat end. We expect a drama at Martinsville, no matter what kind of race car is here. Could be an MX-5, could be a NASCAR stock car. Either way, it's going to get physical towards the end of this race. Expecting a cutthroat night of racing action with some of the best here on the iRacing platform, trying to give us some of the best. This is going to be an amazing race to look forward to. Certainly on the long end, gonna be fun nonetheless.
Home of the Cookout 400, the Xfinity 500, and the lap record, which was held here by all cars, was set with the incredible Hail Mary done by Ross Chastain back in 2022. The Mazda lap record is a 22.7, so we're already 4/10 quicker than that at the moment here, and that was set in race conditions by Jared Thomas last year in the Martinsville Mazda MX-5 Cup round, so that gives everybody a sense of understanding of just how quick they're going to be looking to run. Tyre warming going to be critical as we are under the floodlights, so this is going to be an incredibly cold track temperature, so keep yourself ready and know that this is all about placement, movement and positioning here, as the pace car will dive itself down off of the lane. They're going to get themselves set and know that it's right place, right time that's going to get it done. An early jump by Lincoln Fox, the green flag underway, and the line just never went on the right-hand side. Ted Lowendick just got absolutely swallowed up off of the start, and everyone low made a way through. Caution comes out immediately for troubles going through one. Lars Chenoweth turned around.
And some black flags as well for Lincoln Fox and Unai Ortiz. So that's already a tough start for them. David Toaster with the meatball flag as a result of that drama down into turn number 1 and 2. We were expecting some drama. We got it on lap 1, but a black flag in the air for Lincoln Fox. I think that inside line went a little bit on the early end. That was a huge gap that Fox had coming across that line to start this race.
Yeah, they've got a restart zone that they've got to launch into, and I think Lincoln Fox hasn't quite read the rule book, and he can't serve that within the period of being in the pit. So Lars Chenoweth, you can see, stuck on that outside line, and it just forms up in front. Brad Newman gets caught out in that as well, and then Lars Chenoweth, I think, was last to the party on the incident, so that finds that incident in play. David Toaster has picked up a mechanical black flag, so too has Lars Chenoweth, and I wonder if Unai Ortiz overtook around the outside on that start, because he picked up a penalty very low down in the order.
I wonder exactly how many drivers got struck by falling anvils right at the start of this race. A brutal start for the drivers involved in that incident, hang down into turn number 1 and 2. That's just about what we expect in the early stages of a race as tough as this one, as we take a look and follow David Toaster's perspective and all that contact being made with the 22 up into the 4, and nothing that Chenoweth go done there but make contact and end of the line penalty for Joe Thompson, the number 12 car, so he's got to start all the way at the back. But a very unfortunate start for all of those racers involved in that incident. They're going to be on the back foot massively before we even hit the 100th mark of this race.
Drivers like Justin Melillo and James Mendez taking service early. They know that they're going to have to try and play the game today. There are no limits for tyre sets, and there's the look from Olsen's perspective. Just caught down low with nowhere to go. Had pinned the car down on that inside, and the contact then made itself known. They will now look to line themselves up in file to get themselves ready to go. So they will also know that they don't have infinite penalty points to play with today here, Ron, because they're going to be having 50 before drive-through penalties, then every 20 after that.
Yeah, and 50 may seem like a lot of incident points. I mean, compared to the iRacing standard 17X and some of the officials, 50 is a vast yawning chasm, but that can go by in the blink of an eye here at Martinsville. The word of the night is going to be physical. The racing is going to get physical, so that 50X may go by in the blink of an eye.
Well, let's get ready for the restart here as we go to lap 6. Lincoln Fox with control of the field, gets the green flag and waits this time to get the launch sorted. They all started to bottle up, including John Babineau in the Barbie car. They're getting very close there, sorry, the My Little Pony car even. They're in that position. We know that Fox has to hit the lane and is going to dive immediately down to serve the penalty. So it will now give clearance at the front of the field for Felix Ferrer, who will see just in front of him John Babineau and Matthew Bird, now your new leader.
I wonder exactly how Unai Ortiz is going to have to worry about serving that black flag as well. He'll have to do it at some point as well, whether or not he follows in suit this time by or gets shuffled back already. Seeing that car drop down like a stone thrown into a pond, and the yellow's out.
And it is for Unai Ortiz, who has been caught up in that. Vinicius Buran as well, who has been caught in place. So Buran in trouble, and really a case of just wrong place, wrong time for many drivers there. Ortiz was slow going through the corner, and then that just left nothing then to chance out through 1 and 2. You don't want to find yourself slow in the middle, and it's all about giving yourself enough room. The car on the inside just did not have the placement there and the clearance, and Ortiz ends up paying the beneficiary of it.
And I wonder how exactly that will affect Lincoln Fox, because I believe Lincoln Fox is still down in pit lane. I wonder if the pit exit closed before Fox could actually get out of the pits. But what the deal is there as we take a look to see what happened to Unai Ortiz. Hang down into turn number 1. Contact being made. That, I believe, was the 15 car on the inside. Unfortunate for the Barbie car again. Wiped down all that, but Ortiz, things going from bad to worse, even worse still.
Yeah, so having the black flag penalty and then having the black and orange mechanical flag, you cannot serve both at the same time. So it creates a really awkward dichotomy here where there might be disqualification coming in. Vinicius Burin has 30 minutes apparently of required repairs that need to be sorted. That is going to wipe a lot out then in the early stages, because you've got David Toaster and Lars Chenoeth who are still down on the lane from the early hit. It is worth remembering for all of these drivers who are out there are no fast repairs. When you break it, you've bought it, and you have to go and repair it. And critically, this is how the start of races like these separate the wheat from the chaff.
Yeah, that's a fantastic point that you raise there, talking about how in the early stages of a race at Martinsville, it is basically a giant race car filter. Anybody who may not be up to stuff, they're going to get taken out early. There's going to be some drama that befalls them. They're going to wind themselves in some sort of difficulties. Everybody who's up for the challenge, up to snuff here at Martinsville tonight, they're going to be the ones that rise to acclaim in the early stages, negotiate their way through the chaos, and prove themselves in the matter of probably about an hour's time from now as being the ones that we have to keep an eye on for all throughout this race.
They know how critical it is just to keep yourself steady and in range in the early going. Some great gainers, by the way. Clint Ekenolg is up then from 11th to 4th, a gain of 7, a gain of 8 for Robert Nelson, the Aussie, who has jumped up. Lee Olsen as well, representing the Philippines, has jumped from 15th to 8th place. So there are places to be gained early on. Matthew Bird with control of the field. John Babineau then in the My Little Pony car alongside. It's then Ferrer and then Ekenolg. Green flag back in the air. We're underway for the third green flag run of this race. 2 cautions so far, and they run themselves into one single file through the top 3.
And looking at some side-by-side racing a little bit farther behind, though, 3-wide action as well off through 1 and 2. The drivers up in the front decide to set themselves off as best as they can, hug onto that inside line, and just keep the momentum rolling as they wreck behind.
Yeah, Ted Lowendick caught up in it, didn't break the plane, so he stayed green. Very great driving out there to keep that car pinned, so there wasn't going to be any spin out there that would have caused a third consecutive caution inside the first 15 laps worth of racing. Lee Olsen will watch now as Robert Nelson and Samuel Wright looking to have a trans-Tasman battle. Cautions out, though.
I can see a car stopped up against the fence, heading off through 3 and 4. Once again, some drama breaking out early in this race at Martinsville. We'll have to take a look at a replay to see exactly what went wrong. I think it may have been Dwayne Drummond, seeing him drop down behind John Michael Dunnigan. As actually it was Dunnigan involved in that. My apologies. Let's take a look at this moment for the driver, the number 17, as he ends his way down the backstretch, down to 3 and 4 side by side with the 25 on the inside. Contact being made up against the fence. He's going to go. Contact being made. Wonder if there's any damage on the rear end of that car. There's got to be. Even with the slow speeds here at Martinsville, that's still a pretty big whack into that outside wall, but the third yellow out already.
Yeah, it was Lachlan Frank who was there on the inside, and you are going to have to play a game of how far along are you to go and make this move. We'll see on board with Frank. So he gets the run, pulls to the inside of the Solpec Precision Racing car, moves down to the inside. He's got enough clearance to be side by side, but then you're always looking to pinch when you're on that outside, and the speed was definitely carried there by Dunnigan on the outside. But the key there for Frank is that if you have any moment of understeer or even oversteer here at Martinsville, you will need to run up the banking, and that's where contact will naturally occur.
I wonder if there's potentially a lockup there from Frank as he headed his way down into turn number 3 and 4. You can just see that car, it was turning fine, and then it just looked like it drifted up a little bit. And even though this racing surface that we're running here is about as patchy as my face when I was 14, got a lot of different surfaces that you're running on, that is still a little bit unnatural. So I wonder if there was a slight lockup of the wheels. Very easy to have happen heading down into the turns. You raised this point a little bit earlier on, Jake, talking about the track conditions and the track temperatures. 78 degrees Fahrenheit stands as a current track temp. That's 26 degrees Celsius. 25 Celsius is for the air temp, and 77 degrees Fahrenheit for that unit there. So we're not looking to be the coldest night ever at Martinsville. I think a couple of years ago for the Cup Series, they were running in, well, I think like 50 degrees. If we were running at 50 degrees, we'd probably be running the entirety of this race under yellow, but still just cool enough whereby these tires aren't feeling fully up to snuff. They're probably, I would say, about 80% in terms of feeling well.
Well, interesting to note, the Turbo Burger car of Matthew Bird is missing the front clip at the moment on his Miata at this stage. So that will be giving the car a little bit of lightness, but also a little bit less front end to work with. It doesn't matter much out there, but it could affect some top speed. So keep an eye here on John Babineau to make a launch then off of this start. Green flag in the air again, and we're back underway. 3 cautions have littered this race, but a great start on the bottom then by Felix Ferrier. The Belgian makes the progress to try and get that pass and has the clearance then as they head to 3 and 4.
Yeah, Ferrier's still going to have to hack at it as he heads his way down off into 3 and 4. Got that 7 of Babineau on the outside of him. Will we see him clear him heading down into turn number 1? A bit of a wiggle from a driver a little bit farther behind. I think that may be Nathan Barrows with the wiggle out of 4. But now you can see Babineau dropping down behind Ferrer. He's now got to worry about Robert Nelson in the number 24 car potentially giving him a challenge.
And single file then for the first time through the front 7. It's Stefan Hausinger who is holding the group behind, and very wide up top goes Dylan Weislazinski then, who will fall out to Patrick Moose. But the group now having a little bit of time to settle down and figure out. It's so different when you've got single file compared to 2 wide here at Martinsville. It's almost a case of breathing room being had. Little defense there in the middle there as the Hello Kitty car gets a bit of love. Patrick Moose on the back of Lachlan Frank. Here comes the run against then Stefan Hausinger from Nathan Barrows.
And what you just said a few moments ago, I think really stands, Jake, talking about how different the dichotomy is when you go side by side here compared to just running single file. This is a small racetrack. You can just see it with these small cars looking like monster trucks running around here. It can get a little bit claustrophobic if you are going side by side, and certainly for the driver on the high side, you can run out of room very quickly. Just look at that as Hausinger go drop behind Patrick Moose, fall outside of the top 10.
Yeah, doing a good job. Barrows then making the big defense in the K-pop Demon Hunters run, and look at the front because big moves being found. Ferrier on the race lead now as Babineau sees Matthew Bird shuffled out of line after getting pushed then into a place he didn't want to be, the outside. Stuck out there again, and then to the inside goes John Babineau, flying like a Pegasus right now, trying to go and gain that position. Dear Princess, this is what I want, P2.
I'm not really sure what to say to that, but I will say Babineau still having a fight off. He finally gets that move done. Contact being made.
And it's going to be a spin around, and there's the caution that comes out. Not for the initial hit. It's the secondary hit. More hits on Robert Nelson there. It's John Michael Donegan who gets into the side, but the Aussie ends up pointing the wrong way. And there is the 4th caution after just 24 laps of running. And Robert Nelson will need to come down to the pits after a hefty hit coming out of 4.
Yeah, I think 2 drivers fighting for the same piece of real estate out there on the racing surface led to that happening. Let's take a look at this. You can see Nelson getting a good run out of the turn. That Turbo Burger machine getting a bad run. Contact being made, a bit of a bad bump, and around Nelson's gonna go. Hits that wall. It was so good. There's the extra bit of contact. The Solpec car piling into Robert Nelson. He is going to have a decent amount of damage on that race car. Pretty much every single corner slightly askew. We're back under yellow for the 4th time tonight. And that was a pretty long green flag run that we had going at that point.
I would say it's the longest run that they have had all night long so far. Dale Tanhart will take the end of line then for the way he puts himself into pits. But this is what you have when you have lots of cautions in a row, back to back. It does really disrupt the start of a race like this. What they'll be looking at is what long run pace is going to look like, because the longer that you run in a race like this, strategy is going to come into play. This is Ekanog's view, who made the contact, so you can see there's the checkup, moves over left and hooks the rear. That's what we call quarter paneling.
Contact being made, it was a growing set of things going on there. It wasn't one particular moment that caused that to happen. It was about 5 different things going on simultaneously that led to that incident. Brings us back under yellow. So we do have some racers coming down pit lane, picking up the EOLs. As a result, John Michael Donegan, the latest to pick up an end-of-line penalty in that number 17 car. Wonder if these racers running into the pits every single time we've got a yellow are doing this intentionally, either just trying to test themselves or say, you know what, I'm in the midfield, I want to get out of this absolute pure unbridled chaos. I'm going to give myself an EOL just so I can see all the drama go on behind and pick off the spots as a driver's wreck.
Well, I would say that it's okay to do that in the early stages of the race, but the longer that it's going to go on, the more time that you try and gather to try and make that work. If you're doing that lap 450, you're going to be in a bit more trouble. But because of how they're looking to challenge then in the early stages of this race, I see no problems with drivers making that call to come in every single time. They've got unlimited tyres, they can keep topping up the fuel, they can just keep resetting effectively to say, I've got long run sorted because I'm the one who can go the longest. They fall back into double file because the lights are off on top of the iRacing sedan safety vehicle, which now moves down into play. It's called a safety vehicle because it says safety vehicle on the front of it. Pace in control with Felix Ferrier here, the Belgian, with Babino, Bird, and Lee Olsen from 15th on the grid behind. It's a good green flag jump from the bottom row, and that's going to bring Clint Eckenold then down to the inside, looking to challenge for third place. A very good start then as they work themselves back through. Underway again, lap 29 of 500.
Yeah, and let's see who's going to be the next to go for a dive. Side-by-side racing between Eckenold and Barbino as they had their way off through turns number 3 and 4. Look at that Crayola car trying to draw his way alongside and get that move done. He's now giving a little bit of pressure to Matthew Bird for second as they're side-by-side, a little bit of overlap, heading their way down the back straightaway. Not sure if he'll be able to fully draw alongside as they get their way into 3 and 4, but this battle for third still very intense, and there's a lot riding on this battle. If you get stuck on the outside for multiple laps here at Martinsville, down through the field you're gonna go.
Big issues for John Babino. He was trying to find the lane and it didn't work. A massive hit then goes through late for Stefan Hansinger, the Austrian, who's caught up in it. And there goes another one. A massive hit for Babino, and that will write the night off.
Yeah, and similar to the moment that we saw just a few moments ago to bring out the last yellow, stacking up, heading down that start-finish straightaway. We talk about the turns feeling a little bit claustrophobic, but the straightaways here at Martinsville, no runoff area to speak of. It's pretty much just racetrack, wall, racetrack, wall. That's pretty much all that you've got on either side of you as you head your way down these straights. Unfortunate to see the contact being made. I'll have to load up a replay to see exactly what went wrong for the driver, the number 7, but certainly a lot of things went wrong. His car is totaled. He's gonna have to tow back to pit lane and be there for quite some time to try and take the repairs.
I think this is a spotter call gone wrong out there, and Babino, who had needed more than the magic of friendship to repair that car, then finds out the hard way. So this is a look to try and get to the inside. Probably thinks he's got the clearance call there on the left-hand side, and Lee Olsen is still there with a nose, and so not much that Babino can do about that, and there is not much more that can be said. A tough day at the office that puts things into perspective. James Mendez, by the way, who is a lap down, is going to get the lucky dog here and is going to move back onto the leading lap. So your day's not done if you're a lap down, and if you are multiple laps down, you're relying on multiple people getting multiple wave rounds.
Yeah, so for these racers that have run into difficulties in the early stages, it is still far from over as we take a look at the slow motion view to see that hit, a sledgehammer impact into that inside safer barrier for the number 7. My Little Pony car not going to be feeling too right after that moment. That was a huge impact into that inside wall, and I think you're exactly right there with that summary, Jake. It's probably just a matter of trying to go for an aggressive move, maybe forgetting the spotter's call, but either way, tough break for the 7, and also tough moment for the 28 who piles in there. Nothing that he could have done but make contact. Tough moment for those two.
Well, it's a lot to go through, and you got to keep your eyes peeled, and this might be the sort of day where you need more than just your own senses and the iRacing spotter. You might need a friend to help you spot. There's only one driver in this entire field here, Ron, who has got a spotter with them today. That's Zach Range in the 11. He's got Trey Challoner spotting out for him.
I wonder if that will be a very good advantage throughout this race, having that real-life spotter. The iRacing spotter does a very good job. I've never had my own spotter personally. However, the iRacing spotter can get a little bit repetitive. Sometimes you're like, oh my god, just shut up. I'm aware of them side by side. Could help these drivers' psyche as they go throughout this very long race.
So we'll be back on running lap 36 of 500. 5 cautions already to start. Felix Ferrier in control. Bird, Econog, and Olsen, then the next 4, and then the K-pop Demon Hunters car of Nathan Barrows. They're looking to go from 5th position. We're back underway, and the charge comes along again into 1 and 2, giving enough room, and the clearance there for Econog. The Crayola car colours up into P2.
Yeah, so trying to paint that picture quite well, heading off into the turn. See, that does kind of work because Crayola does have paint, but regardless, we got that side-by-side battling going on. Will we see that Crayola car clear, heading into 1 and 2? Let's just find as that 20 car of Matthew Bird, even with that missing front bumper, that front bumper's been gone for quite some time. It's probably already for sale on eBay or whatever online shopping firm that you want to go through. But that 20 car, even with that missing front bumper, has still got some speed as he tries to hold on to that outside lane for dear life.
And the key is that he's picking up the toe from Felix Ferrier on the straight. So while he'll lose out a car length in the corners, he'll gain it back on the straights. Loses out to Econog, and now here comes Nathan Barrows to the inside. Side by side behind us, the Hello Kitty car, the Sanrio machine then of Matthew Bird is going to see Patrick Moose then in the mirrors trying to deal with what is coming along. He's through on Olsen now and up into 5th position, and it is a lonely place when you're on the outside because it's clear that at least early on, inside lane is going to play king. But remember, iRacing dynamic track in play. The more that they run the inside line, the more it's going to rubber up.
Yeah, so you got to worry about the evolution of track conditions all throughout this race, the evolution of the track temps, the evolution of the grip, finding out where the tire rubber has been put down, where the marbles are. If you hit that blacktop a little bit later on in this race, you run a little bit wide down off into these turns, it's going to feel like you just ran on ice. As look at the dive from Patrick Moose heading off into 3 and 4.
Well, it's a case of can you find this move, and I guess that the car of Nathan Barrows will not be going up at this moment trying to get that done. It's a good pass, but the more that you scrap, the more that gap's coming into play. Big power move for the race lead for Clint Econog, trying to get it done. They had clearance of about half a second, which is exactly what you want. Tags as they go around then. That came through. Caution's going to come out, and it's going to be Matthew Bird pointing the wrong way. He got caught on the bunch up there by Nathan Barrows.
The classic Martinsville stack up heading out of 3 and 4. Very tough moment for Matthew Bird. Already had damage on the front end of that race car. Will have even more as he gets punted into a spin. Coming onto that start-finish straightaway, he drops down to P22. The yellow out once again. We have some drivers coming down pit lane as per usual. But let's take a look to see what happened here. Biv stack up with the battling going on right in front. Bird really trying to maximize the exit here. Hit the curb actually. You can see him hit the curb. Contact being made with the 8, and around he's gonna go.
Lincoln Fox had a tiny tap, a nothing tap that's given him the black and orange mechanical flag for damage on the rear suspension, so he's down in the pits, but a tough one there, but critically keeping it out of the barriers there on will mean that the opportunity to keep racing is still alive, but it now changes the strategy down near the back of the field. So that will certainly bring a difference maker out there, and this field is starting to really jumble up from drivers who have got a great race pace compared to a great qualifying pace.
Yeah, as you get a little bit farther along, the true pace of these cars is really going to be unlocked. As much as qualifying is a test of the driver's skill, the race is going to be a test of the way that the driver can handle this car. We talked about a little bit earlier on the fixed setups here in this means that everybody has to have their own little idea as to how to tackle this race. Don't have to, they don't have the opportunity to really tune the car to their own liking. So you pretty much just have to say, okay, here's the car. Let me see how best I can work with it. Some racers may have to shift their own driving style to make it work. I'm sure everybody on iRacing has been there before, running in a fixed setup series where they find themselves running in a car that doesn't necessarily fit well with their own personal driving style. One of the other series that we cover here on RaceSpot, the Radical SR10 action here, is that's fixed setups, even in the league side of things with the Radical Sim Racing European and America's Championship broadcasted sporadically on Sundays here on RaceSpot. But those drivers usually have to spend so long just trying to change their driving style and tune their own driving skill to match that fixed setup. Certainly going to be seeing a decent amount of that here tonight.
21 cars as they cross the line on the leading lap then, and it will go to Matthew Bird as the last of those 21 as the pace car about to dive in. Ferrer in control, Econog second, then it's Moose and Barrows who started 19th and 20th. Your biggest mover right now is Matt Pelletier, who is up from 29th to 9th as the green flag drops, and Econog just gets a bag of bricks off the start.
Yeah, now he's going to be feeling some pressure just to remain in the podium. As look on the inside of him, that's Charles Wimbley in the 29 machine. Look at that blue and white machine try and get the move done side by side as they head their way downtown into 3 and 4. Who's going to make this move stick? Will it be Econog? Will it be Wimbley? This battle for third going to be hotly contested as the drivers stack up a little bit farther behind. I think that was Dale Tanhart running a little bit high all through 3 and 4. Very lucky to keep that car going in a straight line as they're still side by side throughout a vast majority of the field.
Wimbley's got a good run here, having started 10th, fallen back in the pack and looking to charge back forward in the blue and white Miata at the moment. Looking at this progress and figuring out, how do I go and gain this place? How do I work this inside line? You can hold the corner as you try and pinch on the entry in, and that will give you the chance to then put the power down earlier on the exit on the outside. That will give you some work to do as we're just about to tick over what is the 1/10th stage of this race by the time they reach lap 50. Wimbley with a good run on that low line. It's allowing, though, Ferrer and Moose to start running away here as they now look to form a little bit of too wide back there as well, with the likes of Matt Pelletier trying to stave off the charge right now of Jacob Klein.
Yeah, these two going side by side. It's a cork in the bottle up at the front. As you just said a few moments ago, Jake, Ferrer and Moose really starting to drive off into the sunset, building a 4/10 of a second gap nearly between Moose and Wimbley, who's still trying to make that move work on the inside line. Going side by side here at Martinsville, that is not a matter of go for the move and just clear him immediately. No, the battles here at Martinsville can last for many, many laps. It feels like it goes on for 1,000 years. Wimbley finally clears him to jump his way up to P2. Now he got a P3, my apologies. Now you got to worry about Econog trying to battle with Nathan Barrows, who's on the inside of him in that K-Pop Demon Hunters car.
Yeah, and that's going to be about clearance again, and I think it's going to be a bit easier here for Nathan Barrows to get what's wanted, because suddenly you realise, oh, there's another one trying to freight train, and that is Kyle Dragon, who is the #1, and he is going to spit into fire at this moment. He tries to work out where they can get his clearance tags as they go through with both Dragon and Lachlan Frank, so Econog's going to drop back a couple places here, and through goes Matt Pelletier.
Oh, and be careful in the stack up down into the turn. Thought there was going to be a collision between Econog and Samuel Wright right behind. That could have ended in catastrophe as they headed their way off into 3 and 4. Now you got to worry about that Crayola car trying to slip his way back up into a top running spot. Got a car coming out of the pits right now. That may be a bit of a stack up for some racers a little bit farther behind, but up the front seeing a bit of a breakaway form. The top 6 have pulled away. Lachlan Frank at the tail end of this train. That number 25 car holds on to a 1 second gap between himself and the 23 running in 7th.
Sam Wright has a pretty bad turns 3 and 4. That's going to drop him 3 places as he understeers out, but the front now starting to form, and it is a 6-pack challenge as Matt Pelletier has been the one who has been left behind. So from back to front, Frank, Dragon, Barrows, Wimbley, Moose and Ferrer is the way that the front looks, and it's going to get busy in and around as they look to try and settle into some single file running and tick some laps off the board. Definitely not the worst thing to have in the world, but you certainly are looking for what you can. A little tag of the wall back there, and I think that was David Toaster who took the tap. He's 24 laps down and trying to keep himself in this race, and look at this, it makes life very tough when you've got Hausinger as well who's lap traffic. Samuel Wright and Brad Newman don't know where to go.
Yeah, that was a huge hit into the outside wall, heading off through 3 and 4. Gonna have to just let those racers go by, pick and choose your battles, but the lap traffic situation gonna be a terrifying moment. Definitely a sticking point for these racers all throughout tonight's action. They're gonna be careful. They're gonna have to be on their best behavior, walk around on eggshells, insert simile here to try and tackle the lap traffic as smoothly and efficiently as you possibly can. We usually speak about lap traffic in the iRacing special events when it comes to the likes of the Daytona 24 and some of the other endurance races that we have throughout the season. But here at Martinsville, that lap traffic dilemma is somehow even more of a sticking point.
Well, it's only a 22-second lap, and so when you're putting drivers in on this circuit. You got more than 22 running. That's less than a car a second in terms of space. Defensive line taken at the front. So Felix Ferrer is going to be looking around. Patrick Moose trying to go up top, but the moment you go up top, you're going to leave the door open and have yourself exposed there to Charles Wimbley. Here comes a look from Barrows, who then senses there's the opportunity, and this is what happens. They jump up over the top of each other. If you miss, I hit, and the K-Pop Demons Hunters car moves up into third position. 2 wide, 3 deep, into 3 and 4.
Yeah, it's starting to get a bit more frenetic up at the front of the field. These drivers trying to make some moves stick as we are officially into the second tenth of this race. Close quarter stuff in this battle up at the front. Keeping on that car right at the tail end of it. That Gorilla Glue car trying to stick around these turns as much as he possibly can. That was a terrible joke. I do apologize for that. But now sticking it down the inside, the 25. Contact being made. I could hear the unmistakable sound of metal snapping as they headed their way off into 3 and 4.
Well, it was a very tough battle there, and Dragon gets what he wants. Lachlan Frank then was going to be the one who shuffles back out, and it's brought back to the party the likes of Matt Pelletier and Clint Ekanol, who are both there together. So that brings it inside line though for the race lead, and it's been unlocked then against Ferrier for the likes of Patrick Moose. As caution comes out, there's dramas in the back, and it's a Solpec car. It's John Michael Dunnigan again for the 7th caution of the race, and he might have had a bit of help from Lee Olsen in the middle of the corner.
And that brings to an end. I think that may have usurped the previous tally of the longest green flag run that we've had up to this point in the race. But either way, the caution back out. Some more MX-5 bodywork out there on the track as we take a look to see that moment from the number 17 car following John Michael Dunnigan as he heads his way down the backstretch into 3 and 4. Got that 22 car running right behind. And there's the contact. There he goes, and bang, into the wall. That's a huge hit for the 17.
Yeah, Lee Olsen, the 22, was trying to put laps there on Dunnigan, who was 3 laps down at the time. He was running in 12th place, was Lee Olsen, was very bottled up. And you have to be patient when you've got lap traffic. You've got all sorts of different styles of racers coming in to make this happen, who won't necessarily, even with the big oval iRatings, be looking to play this one in the sense of I'm trying to keep place, because those cars that are laps down do need to keep their place because they're fighting to get a lucky dog.
And that's a great point that you bring up there, Jake, talking about the lap traffic and being there in the spot to pick up that lucky dog. It can save a race at Martinsville. I mean, we see it with the stock cars running around here every single year, multiple times a year. In fact, the lucky dog can really change the way that you're going about a race. You could be in the downdrams feeling, okay, this race is just about over for me. I just need to go through the rest of it, go through the motions, and hope that a miracle comes my way. Sometimes, if you're a car 1 lap down and you pick up that lucky dog, it's gonna feel like seeing the face of Christ on a gummy bear.
Well, you don't want to be seeing that much, but now here comes the question of tyre life and whether it's a good call at this moment in time to start thinking about picking up tyres. A case of 4 tyres here will certainly give you a big opportunity to jump up. A few drivers from 10th on back making that call, and some drivers looking around and saying, well, how long can you go? Clint Ekanol has looked around and said, well, I did original tyres, 187 laps on them. I doubt we'll see many look to try and go that long and try and only use 2 sets of tyres here today, or 3 sets of tyres if you include the ones that you start on. But I would reckon that every 100 laps or so would be a good time to change tyres.
I'd say that probably works out well for the racers that are sliding around this racetrack. That new set of tires is going to feel like a new birth, frankly. So we will be seeing these racers be very happy about those pit stops, very happy about getting some brand new rubber on these MX-5 cars. The grip, it may just be an oval race, but the grip is so important here. The tires gotta be worn down to the canvas. Even with the cold track conditions, those tires gotta be feeling the burn after a very long stint.
They've only been running for 33 minutes, but for the moment, there's only 1 car in the top 7 that started inside that top 7. That's your leader, Felix Ferrer, who gets a good jump. Patrick Moose was okay, but Nathan Barrows was just a bit better. Moves down to the inside to take 2nd away, and the clearance needed then off the restart here.
Good start for most of the racers up at the front as they're side by side all throughout, and listening to these MX-5 cars blow the camera's doors off as they head their way out of 1 and 2 onto the back straightaway. They're going to go side by side racing, still a little bit farther behind outside the top 5. Looking at that battling, I believe that's Lachlan Frank and Clint Eckelhudge in the number 21 car currently duking it out. That's a battle for the final spot inside the top 5 right now. Looks like they have not single filed as they're still side by side off into 3 and 4 as a battling up at the front, make it a little bit more frenetic. That car of Ferrer is looking to fall off a little bit. I haven't really seen the same spark of that 5 car as I have seen in recent points in this race. Patrick Moose and Nathan Barrows battle for P2.
And that's a critical pass there for Patrick Moose to get back into position of second and then try and sort it out. They're still trying to figure it out behind Ekenog. That's Ted Lowendick who's trying to get there and has a big slam against the wall of 4, and that will kill all momentum. So Matt Pelletier is going to move by and gain that one, and so too is Samuel Wright making that move through. The Kiwi trying to get his inner SVG out at this moment in time to run through. He is running the old team colours of what SVG used to at Triple Eight.
Yeah, and hoping that will be a good little spark for him, good little spark of luck in this race as we look at the side-by-side battling going on a little bit farther behind. This is a battle just barely inside the top 10. Ted Lowendick holding on to that P9 spot in that number 10 car as he is still duking it out with the 31 of Samuel Wright. Got to worry about cutting down to that inside line, though, because I was worried about Zach Range potentially going for a dive off on him. He clears him down into the turn, gets back down to the bottom, and now it's going to be Range feeling the pressure from the Gorilla Glue car of Kyle Dragon right behind. So keep an eye on those two to maybe duke it out soon.
And look up at the top because Felix Ferrer is under pressure. This is Patrick Moose going to get the place then and moves up then, crosses the line with the lead, but Ferrer is working really well on the outside line, trying to keep this one as steady as possible, but the clearance finally is going to find itself in the right place, and Nathan Barrows now can only sit and watch. Again, another good launch. It's not just slipstream from in front, it's from behind, the train behind, keeping this one together. A lunge there for fourth as Lockie Frank makes the pass there on Charles Wimbley.
Yes, as I said a few moments ago, that 5 car, I don't think I've seen the same spark out of that machine for a decent period of time. We'll have to keep tabs on him, see exactly how the rest of the race will go for him. But right now he's running in second, still not a bad spot to be in at all. But we'll be feeling some pressure from that number 6 car, Nathan Barrows, in that K-Pop Demon Honors car. Very nice to see the gold paint scheme out there on the racetrack really popped under the lights here at Martinsville. But nevertheless, those racers battling has brought some more competitors into it. Look at Lachlan Frank. He's closed up that gap, now about 0.3 of a second separating himself and Barrows.
Pelletier to the inside, gets the pass done in the Hooters machine. They're getting that pass. Ted Lowendick's there with Samuel Wright, and Kyle Dragon then is going to be rounding out your top 10 as they settle in. Lap 75, round goes Ekenog. That's going to throw a caution out. Surely no. He's declared off the apron of the circuit. We stay green.
Oh, and this is a horrible position for him to find himself in. There goes the yellow with some code brand moments thrown in the midst as well. I was wondering how long it was going to be until he just said, you know what, screw this, and decided to tow back to pit lane. Eventually just decided to roll, and that brings the yellow out. That's the thing about Martinsville, so close. Really, the only bit of runoff area that you have to speak of is that inside curb, which let's face it, that's basically a kitchen table on the inside of these turns. It is so high up with that inside curb. Contact being made, he spins off into that inside plateau.
I think he just gets a bit too close, taps in the wrong place, and then it's his car that finds itself wrong place. He has to wait for everyone to come around, and there was just 2 stragglers at the back he was trying to navigate by, which I believe would have been Dale Tanhart and Justin Melillo. And ultimately for Clint Eckenol, he then goes to the back of the pack. The caution comes out, and that is number 8 of the day, inside of 80 laps worth of racing, which means we are effectively on course for 52 cautions.
So keeping up strength with these yellows. Has been stop-start in this race. A drama breaking out under the lights here at Martinsville, as I don't think there's a single car throughout this field that hasn't picked up some sort of wheel wound. Speaking of, you look at the damage on the front of that number 25 car of Lachlan Frank. If we were running at Daytona, that would essentially be a game ender, but everybody is gonna, I mean, if there's a single body panel off of any of these race cars that leaves this race at Martinsville tonight looking completely factory fresh, I will be well and truly gobsmacked. We've had a very dramatic race up to this point. Bearing in mind, folks, we are not even a fifth of the way through it. We've had so much drama, and there's still so much that's probably going to happen between now and the end.
Toaster takes an end-of-line penalty then for the way that pit exit is determined, but critically, in terms of where you set yourself out and what stall you need in terms of this race, it's going to be a case where these are still the opening, I would say, echelons of this race. You're looking to be on the right side of the divide. You're waiting for the big green flag run to try and hit in. If it never comes, being at the front isn't necessarily the worst thing in the world. You just have to know when the right time to come in and make a pit stop is going to be for many of these drivers out there. So it's going to be a case of knowing what the right time is and having a feel for the race. And I think that's where you're going to be seeing who is going to come out on top today. Whoever's got the best natural racing feel for what this race is going to turn into, what it is, what it has been, and what it will be, is going to be the one who comes up on top. For the first time tonight, it will be Patrick Moose who will have control of the field in the Hello Kitty Sanrio machine, as we'll get this Miatas back underway. Green flag drops, and we're underway. Ferrier gets an okay launch, and Nathan Barrows again going to make that power move to the inside, immediately followed in by Lockie Frank.
As we keep an eye on these two competitors, a meatball flag all ready for John Michael Dunning, and I think there may have been a stack up a little bit farther behind that or some contact down into 1 and 2, but regardless, looking at these competitors nearly fanning out 3 wide off through 3 and 4. That number 5 car of Felix Ferrer feeling more pressure than he ever really has, as look at the dive off into turn number 1. That's Lachlan Frank of the 25 car trying to get that P3 from the 5 of Ferrer. Doesn't make it work down into the turn, but certainly that 25 machine of Lachlan Frank, he has been oh so racy all throughout tonight, looking to not only get a move done to jump his way up into the podium, but also capitalize on the side-by-side racing going on right behind him, involving Pelletier and Wimbley.
Yeah, so when you've got that there of Matt Pelletier trying to get the clearance sorted, that's a great opportunity for drivers to run away. Ted Lowendick on the inside, taking a bit of a tap from Kyle Dragon then through the middle of the corner, but critically, your front 3 happy at the moment, and 4th there, Lachlan Frank effectively causing the bridge as they go, trading lanes into 1 and 2 they go, so they're going to have to be a little alert of that. Wimbley there going low, Lowendick then up on the top side is trying to make something happen, but the moment that you can't get the angle that you want, you're going to have to start fighting through the middle of the corner, and the blue Soul Pet car is going to have to do a lot of progress here with Carl Dragon now on the inside, a feign of 3 wide as they go in back there with Dwayne Drummond.
He's keeping his nose to the grindstone, trying to get that move possible, get that move fully done, and just look ahead. Ted Lowendick still on the outside. That Gorilla Glue car stuck down to the bottom. Yes, these puns will be running all throughout this broadcast. I know I feel slightly sorry about that, but we have still got this side-by-side battling going on right behind him as they finally single file out, coming out of 3 and 4 last time by at Samuel Wright. I believe Dale Tannard battling as a caution's out again.
James Mendez turned around then, and that's going to cause a little bit of troubles into 1 and 2. It was on the back of the pack, and as he was working his way into the corner, he had some of the lap cars behind him, and it was going to be David Toaster, who's 24 laps adrift, who gets into the back of him, and that is number 9, mighty number 9. That gets itself in terms of caution period. So tough day at the office then for James, who finds himself at the moment right on the back of the leaders, so he'll have a bit of work to get back. Another look at this, so he's by Babineau there in the My Little Pony car, and then as they're starting to scrap the lap cars, effectively you get run over in someone else's instant, there's not much you can do. He's just turned into the corner.
It was a nice drift for a while, but ends in the car, it ends in the tires of that number 14 car, probably being worn down to the canvas. He was very upset as a result of that contact heading off through there. As you can see, they're still side by side now down in the pits as everybody making that run to come in here. 88 laps now on the board. We've had a lot of battling, a lot of drama, lots of contact up to this point. I wonder how long it's going to be until that tow truck driver can just buy at Martinsville.
It's a very tough and I would say fractious moment. Toaster, I think, didn't have any place to be. The Quorum car takes the hit then as they go through, and tyres then going on for some in there. Mendez is one of them picking up those tyres. Melillo just leaving the pits right now. You've also got still stuck in the pits Matthew Bird, who's on the lead lap at this moment in time. And as we have said, it's all about giving yourself a ticket to the end of the race. If you can't buy yourself a ticket to the end of the race here, Ron, you know, you are asking yourself for trouble. First and foremost, get yourself to the end of this race, then worry about position.
You know, when it comes to tackling a race at Martinsville as well as you can, it is a balancing act. You got to balance so many different things. You got to worry about the drama going out there on the racetrack. You got to worry about just being there at the very end, keeping a clean race car throughout. And you also have to contend with those pit stops and with the strategy throughout this race as well. Really, to do well at Martinsville, you got to essentially juggle chainsaws from the drop of the green through to the fall of the checkered. That's one thing that the real life teams have the advantage of that iRacers do not. Usually in real life, you've got a whole strategy team running the numbers in their own heads while you can focus on driving that race car. Usually in iRacing, these drivers have to work at the strategy, make everything work themselves, and also worry about ticking the right boxes in their little UI graphics to make sure they can come down pit lane and get exactly what they want when they want.
The 10th cycle of restarts on these sets of tyres for those at the front. Moose leads Barrows, green flag in the air, and we're back underway. Felix Ferrier now trying to give a piece of his own medicine back to some then as they work through a bit of three wide there, a little bit further back as Econog was looking to make good progress off of the start, but a critical jump that was needed by Felix Ferrier, who gets the move that's needed, and they work very hard into 3 and 4 there. Everybody having to check back the line, about 8 cars back.
It was a matter of inches between those top 4 as they headed their way down into 3 and 4 last time out. Still very close as they head their way now through 1 and 2. But these competitors playing with Fire Gang, oh so risky. We're starting to see the level of aggression build here. Even though we've had such a frenetic start, so many yellows, so much bit of drama, and a lot of contact being made, these competitors are still throwing haymakers at each other turn after turn, trying to make any move stick, go for any spot that they can, and just make up the ground whenever they can as well. There is no such thing as taking it easy in this race, as you can see all throughout this package. They're going 3 wide, a little bit farther behind.
They are. You got drivers with different mentalities out there, different placements, and you've also got as well a number 15 machine who's got the big 3 on the side of his car as if he's doing it for Dale, because it's Dale Tanhart who is there at the moment running about trying to get that movement done. He's not quite Dale Earnhardt at this moment, but he's going to have to try and find a way to move up through and work his way through the pack. He's got some side-by-side with Charles Wimbley at this moment, and they are starting to stack behind that as well. Lee Olsen working hard. Ted Lowendick now under pressure as Clint Econog now starts to work this through. Lunge down the inside and clearance on Wimbley.
So Wimbley dropping down another spot now as he's side by side with Lee Olsen in that number 22 car, trying to make something work down the backstretch into 3 and 4. Keeping on this number 22 car. Pretty much everybody throughout this race, but certainly Lee Olsen. He's been up and down the field like Otis Elevator ever since the drop of the green flag, the meatball flag for Stefan Hausinger in that number 28 car. Not sure how he picked up that meatball flag, but he has going to have to come in to repair that MX-5 of his. But Tanhart was able to hold off the challenge from Olsen for now. Olsen was able to get that move done to jump his way up into 8. Dale, he may not be Earnhardt, but he's still doing it for Dale.
He is still doing it and trying to do what he can. I think there was a tap between Hausinger and Mendez, which caused the black and orange mechanical flag to come out, and great progress there. Slides up the top then. Goes Matt Pelletier, through goes Kyle Dragon, the highest rated oval iRating in this field today, will be making that progress and jumping up, and then Econog will have himself 2 wide with Tanhart then as they work themselves over to 1 and 2 once more. So there is progress everywhere you look. Drivers going up, Drivers going down, drivers having good days, drivers having bad. Clearance made by Econog, and now they can find themselves single file pretty much throughout the field until you go all the way back to Lincoln Fox trying to recover by Matthew Bird in 18th.
As we saw with that side-by-side racing between Clint Econog and Dale Tanhart, it's not necessarily fulfilling the prophecy fully, because I want to see Dale Tanhart in a battle with a Hello Kitty car, because I don't think there would be anything funnier than to see that Dale machine go side-by-side with the pink Hello Kitty car. That would be the true mark of an absolutely amazing event, to see those two go side-by-side.
Give it time as Lee Olsen tries aggressively to get the move done on Matt Pelletier and is struggling to find a way to make it happen, and it is bringing Econol back in, who jumps down on the low side looking to get this clearance through the middle of the corner. The drive needed off the exit's going to have to fight again. 1/5 distance, ladies and gentlemen, 100 as they fight for the race lead there. Patrick Moose under pressure from the Belgian. Felix Ferrer is looking for that pass, and the Hello Kitty car in a spot of bother up on the high line. Ferrer gets the run that's needed, but here comes the up and under.
Yeah, Patrick Moose trying to fight back down the inside into 1 and 2. He's gonna go. Will he make it work on that right spot on the inside line? Ferrer gonna have to worry about both getting this move done, trying to hold on to that spot, and if he can't, he needs to find a small little window of opportunity between the back of the number 2 and the front end of the number 6 to slip back to that bottom lane. They are still side by side as they head their way back across the line to begin lap 103. Ferrer still trying to make it work on the high side.
I am noticing a handful of drivers looking to flash the light as they go along this straight, so keep an eye on them trying to just try and use every trick in the book for distraction to move up. And now they're going to be alert, because I think Econog here's definitely got to be on new tyres as he's through on Pelletier and Olsen and co. And if he's on newer tyres, that's going to be big. Too wide they continue. They're going to stack up now. High line chosen for Nathan Barrows in the K-Pop Demon Hunters car. Lachlan Frank's going to go down low side.
Yeah, so it's gone from a side-by-side battle for P1 to a 2x2 pack as they head their way out of 4 onto that start-finish straightaway. Ferrer now trying to chase the tail of Moose a little bit as they head their way off down into 1 and 2 now. Thought I was going to see that 5 car maybe try and make a little bit of contact, rattle the cage of that 2 car a little bit. Side-by-side still going on right behind us now. The 1 of Kyle Dragon trying to get
involved. And he gets into the back there of the likes of those in front. Lachlan Frank drops it a couple of places then, and that gives the top 2 some clearance. And there's a tap from Frank. He gets turned by Econog. It's enough to throw the caution. He broke the plane.
You know, with how hard those racers were battling, it was only a matter of time before the yellow was going to come out once again. Contact being made through 1 and 2, and brings it out for another time, I believe. Unless I'm very much mistaken, that's now our 10th yellow of this race. So really racking them up throughout this race as we have 107 laps now on the board.
So we talk about breaking the plane in certain instances. You've got to have a group of cars behind you, and then if a car spins around to the plane of the circuit at 90 degrees, if you break that, even if you come back, that will be enough to constitute a caution, and that's what we've just seen.
So we got Patrick Moose and many other racers coming down pit lane here past that lap 100 mark.
Well, this is an interesting split strategy, so some will feel like they can go another caution out there before they need to come in for their first stop, but the majority of drivers deciding now is a good time to come in and get the stop done. Shakes up the field, puts drivers in different positions, and they can work now a bit further back. But there will be this case of drivers who have kept themselves a little bit at the front, now moving further back in the pack, who will now have to try and work their way back through again. It's a very tough world to try and get yourself back through, and so you have to switch from a mentality of fighting at the front to fighting in the mid-pack, and I think those are 2 very different skills, Ron.
Oh, it absolutely is. You got to have a different mindset entirely as you think about battling a little bit farther behind as we take a look to see what brought this yellow out. Lachlan Frank getting punted into a spin by Clint Econog as they headed their way down into 1 and 2. Half spin there, but either way will bring the yellow out. But getting back to the point that you were raising about the different mindset that you have to have in terms of a mid-pack battle, you got to walk around on eggshells a little bit more. If you're battling up at the front, you know that you're racing racing with drivers that have roughly the same speed as you, you're a little bit farther behind. You do have to take it a heck of a lot more easy. You got to be careful with those battles. So if these racers had stayed out, I can't necessarily say I dislike the call from them. I think it's actually a smart call, because those racers on much fresher tires with a much quicker grip of these cars and the setups that we're running here at this event probably may result in some chaos heading off into this restart in the not too far off future. So for these racers that were maybe hoping, trying to roll the dice to see if we would have a yellow coming out shortly after this restart, I can't necessarily say that's a bad call. I mean, honestly, I would probably make the same call too.
Well, you get a few drivers jumping back into position. Brad Newman back inside the top 10. Heike 360 ES, Xavier Sanchez back into the top 10 for the first time in this race, the Porsche All-Star. Felix Ferrer in control. Carl Dragon will be alongside. Then it's Clint Eckenog and Lee Olsen, your top 4. Restart number 11, or start 11 of today, lap 111. Let's get back to racing action. Ferrer gets the clearance needed. Dragon immediately down low, covers the line. It's Lee Olsen. First one stuck on the outside.
And as they contend their way with the back straightaway, guys, see another stack up into 3 and 4. They've kept it clean all throughout the field, but the chaos going to continue to brew. As look at that, that is fair. Maybe going to feel some pressure from Dagan. That Gorilla Glue car has really made some, he's made hay while the sun has been shining, even though it's actually nighttime here in this race. He's been able to put on some good moves. He's cut his way through the field throughout a decent amount of the past 50 laps, keeping on that number 1 car to make up that one more spot to jump his way up into P number 1.
One place is all you need sometimes to get it all sorted together. So you've got to start thinking about small game versus big game. It's a case of the long game needing to be worked out, and drivers who find themselves in a certain position right now be thinking, okay, yeah, I'm here, but I can climb up a lot longer or a lot higher up the order later on in this race. That is going to be critical. A look then from your race leader at the moment. That Felix Ferrer will see behind Kyle Dragon, then trying to get the Gorilla Glue car to move on up through the order. You've then got Eckenog, then Olsen. They've got a bit of a gap now to Lachlan Frank and Samuel right here, so the Aussie and the Kiwi have to work to stay on this group. Eckenog down low on the inside. That puts him up to second.
Yes, so that Crayola car still trying to draw his way into the race lead. He's had a good car up to this point. It has run into some difficulties though, so let's see if he can finally make it work and jump into the race lead. Felix Ferrer has been rather dominant up to this point in the race, has withstood many a challenge. And what do you think is the farthest back we have seen that number 5 car run all throughout tonight? I think he's been in the top 5 all throughout. Probably the lowest he's been, probably 3rd or 4th.
Yeah, so it's a case of if you've got great front running pace, you want to stay up there as much as you can, but you might be caught on the long run then, as every time you're searching for a way to go forward. Brad Newman's a driver who's going backwards. The likes of Ted Lowendick moves on by and gains a place. Wimbley's gone through, Barrows has gone through, Sanchez is in a very similar position at this moment. Little search down to the inside as we focus on Pelletier for the moment, who practically is forming this divide right now with Tanhart in front and Xavier Sanchez then just behind. Sanchez up 19, but having to really make a lot of work at this moment in the race. Nathan Barrows, who of course has fresh tyres on, should get clearance, and so too are movements heading up in front, because there is great work by Patrick Moose. He's already dispatched of Sam Wright.
So as we see these races continue to deal with this restart, it's been a rather smooth. I was expecting this to be a bit more hectic on this restart. That really has been, with those drivers on much newer tires a little bit farther in the back. Was expecting some chaos.
And again, there's going to be a turnaround. Another caution. Lachlan Frank this time takes the turn, and that was with Moose trying to get in a little bit too deep, a little bit too aggressive, and it takes the front clip off of Samuel Moose there as he goes through. So that, a pretty important 11th caution of the race, and again, a case of a one-car turnaround, trying to do the safety life trick of, I'll turn you around, but I'll try and fix you as well.
I find it quite ironic, as I was talking about how clean the restart had been and how I was expecting a bit more chaos. That's the exact moment where the chaos breaks out, heading down into turn number 1. That right there was the ultimate commentator's jinx for me. From the drivers involved in that incident, I do apologize.
Well, Sometimes it happens and you find yourself wrong place, wrong time, and you catch a stray from Ron sometimes. And that was tough there for Lachlan Frank to deal with. It will drop him down the order and pretty much into 9th place, all things considered. So this is Patrick Moose, fresh tyres, great run, has the launch, thinks about throwing it down to the inside. It is a block thrown, effectively there by Frank, and he had the clearance to do it, and Moose just couldn't get out of it.
Yeah, I think at that point in time, there was only one thing that he could have done to try and avoid contact, and that was probably slam on the brakes, drop the anchors, and cause an all-4 lockup. He'd probably go into the outside wall, backwards, upside down, on fire, every single thing you could imagine. That would not have gone well either way, a slice it for Patrick Moose. Very unfortunate for him because he's been running strongly all throughout this race. Some major damage on the front end of that race car. We'll have to get it repaired. Hello Kitty, not feeling so kawaii and cute right now, probably feeling more sad and slightly bruised.
Well, here's an interesting scenario out there. Robert Nelson has picked up the lucky dog here and has gained a lap back. He was 16 laps down. He needs another 15 cautions to join the 22 on the leading lap.
The real question is, how many yellows are we going to have between now and the end? It's been a very frenetic, very hectic, and chaotic start. Will we keep that going on throughout the rest of this race, or as we get closer and closer to the first quarter of it being completed, will these racers decide to say, okay, we've had our fun and games, we've had our drama, we've given our pit crews a minor panic attack more often than not, and that tow truck driver is going to buy a mansion when we're said and done with this race. Now we can look ahead to the rest of the action, maybe put our noses back to the grindstone and keep it a little bit clean. But keeping it clean at Martinsville is not an easy task. It's a heck of a lot easier said than done to keep it smooth here.
Well, 11 cautions have found themselves in play. It is Felix Ferrer who has stayed out. Ekenog, Olsen, Wright, your top 4 as they go. Who is going to have the progress to jump on up? Green flag is in the air as we focus down and say restart. Number 12 brings itself into position, and then a good launch then from Ekenog. We'll see Lee Olsen get the jump though ahead, so that puts up the 22 into place as they work themselves now into 3 and 4. You've also got Dylan Wylazinski who is there into position in that 5th place, now up to 4th, just trying to get the clearance on Sam Wright, the Kiwi.
From Ekenog all the way up to the front of Ferrer, it's smooth. Behind, though, it is pure unbridled pandemonium. I say that right as Lee Olsen and Clint Ekenog go side by side for second. The side-by-side battling going on right behind. Close quarter stuff as they head their way down off into 3 and 4. These racers, even with the drama we've had up to this point, still throwing haymakers at each other, going side by side, breaking at the bumpers, breaking at the fenders, and really getting physicals. Look at Lachlan Frank diving down to the bottom of the racetrack. Nearly got himself turned off the front of 6.
And there's a caution, and it's going to be at the back, and it looks like it might be Kyle Dragon, and it is. The number 1 is in the wall, and that was side-by-side contact with the likes there of those around. I think that was with Dwayne Drummond.
I think that may have been just a simple case of drivers on some slightly newer tires trying to side their way through the field and going for some moves that the cars with older tires could not back out of. That's one thing when it comes to a lap traffic situation, even if it's for position, sometimes the other driver that feels a heck of a lot more grip, feels a heck of a lot more confident, goes for a move that a car on much older tires just cannot back themselves out of. Let's see as they head their way off through there. Now it's a 41 going for the dive that wasn't going to work, and into the wall he's going to go. Dale Tanhart's picked up a meatball flag, and all this drama has had huge damage on the front of the 1 car.
Yeah, so number 15 has also been caught out in the wrong position. So sometimes you do find yourself in an awkward place, and for Dale, that is not the day that he was hoping for, as he now drops himself way down the order, and I think that tells you how tough of a day many a driver is going to have to find it. So the pit window open, then as we are over the 1/4 stage of this race, 128 laps worth of racing, and the front again makes the same decision. They are going to stay out as long as they can on this opening run, get some screen time here at the front of this field, and work this one as they go on through. So you're looking at every lap you can. to hold yourself steady, to give yourself what you can later on in this race. And they do say that the front is the safest place in an oval race.
Yeah, they usually say the front is just perfectly smooth and tame, then you get the lap traffic involved, and it gets a little bit more frenetic. But if there's any spot that I want to be in the entirety of this field, it would be up at the north end of it. If I was in the midfield, I would probably be riding at my last will and testament, frankly, with how things have gone up to this point in the race. Back of the pack, though, it's basically like sitting in the back of your classroom and just gossiping around and yapping with your classmates. That's basically what it is at the back of the field, watching all the chaos go on up in front and just sitting there eating a sandwich or whatever sort of snack option you may want.
Looks like a server drop there for Dale Tanhart, and that is disastrous because you will lose many laps trying to get back into a race like this with Ferreira and Ekenog then your top two at the moment. Keep an eye on Olsen and Wylazinski in fourth place. It's then the Aussie and the New Zealander Frank and Wright, fifth and sixth, looking to make progress. And then on the restart they go. Lap 131 as Felix Ferreira gets another good launch off of the front. And Lee Olsen will scrap hard here with Clint Ekenog and gets the clearance there through two.
As I can see some drivers running way high off through 1 and 2. They keep it smooth a little bit farther at the front. I shouldn't even say that because that's usually when a driver's going to take a sledgehammer shot into one of the walls around this racetrack. But still looking at some side-by-side battling going on right behind Lachlan Frank, who's been the epicenter of the drama all throughout tonight. He has gone for some moves that nobody else would. He's really racy as we've got a bad one out for second right behind Ferrer.
Yep, so Ekenog then is on the inside trying to keep Lee Olsen happy, and there you can see Sam Wright now looking around, seeing Nathan Barrows trying to move the K-pop Demon Hunters car up into fourth position. Takes a lot of road into the side there of Samuel Wright, who ends up getting shuffled out. It brings him back into Lachlan Frank. So Lockheed's going to get that lunge down the inside, and it's a case of same position, same result. Maybe try and be a bit meaner with this driver on the inside, but he's run all the way out to the wall there, coming out through four, and now the clearance of the top four's there. Lachlan Frank, the hip check, gets the pass done. Wylazinski gets caught up now, and it's jumpers for goalpost because it's Wimbley who's looking to try and move through with a bit of push from Matthew Bird, who's moved himself back into the top 10.
Yeah, Wylazinski and Wembley have been battling for a decent amount of time ever since that restart. Keeping on that number 16 car of Wylazinski, he's been rather impressive as of late here in this race. Didn't see too much of him in the early stages, but that number 16 car has found an extra gear as of late. So keep an eye on him to maybe impress and break his way up into some further spots. He's no longer side by side with Wembley. Give Wembley that P7 spot, and now he's got to worry about the likes of Matthew Bird and Brad Newman a little bit farther behind. But that number 16 car has really come to form as we've got a little bit farther along in this race. Really ever since the lap 100 mark, we've been seeing some more of that number 16 car lap after lap.
I'd keep an eye on Brad Newman. He's a driver who's done very well in the ANS community, and he's just shuffled Matthew Bird out of the way from a mile back as he's tagged his rear. So Matthew Bird will lose the place as Brad Newman goes through. Here comes it on for third at the moment. So Brad Newman, a driver to keep an eye out on from the Aussie community. He's raced very well in ovals in the past. Barrows having to defend here as Lee Olsen will lose out the place, and they will fall back into line once more. So there's the clearance. There's Brad Newman in the Lobs eSport machine colours out there at the moment with the Falcon sponsorship. Bird on the outside, and the ever-looming presence of Hello Kitty there as Patrick Moose is trying to get something done about the hooves.
Only in a race here at Martinsville with MX-5s would Hello Kitty be a ominous sight in your rear-view mirror. That's exactly what it is right now. That car, Patrick Moose, has been very, very quick. He's put on some good performances thus far, has got some moves on, and even with the chaos that he's been involved in, right now, he's looking to be all right. Got a dream team of two cars lined up there. He's got Patrick Moose, and right behind him is that My Little Pony machine. So we'll have to see if the dream team will make it work as you look now at Moose going side by side with the 20th Matthew Bird.
you'd call a car 46 laps down a rarity in terms of this race, but that's what Babino is at this moment, trying to fight back to get to the lucky dog and hopefully find a way to get a finish in this race. But this is tough racing right now. Moose with the inside line, and Matthew Bird is going to have to be shuffled out. Nothing you can do about a moment like that, and everyone keeping their range well and lunges down the inside, because you've got to look around at Zach Range, for example. He wants to get to Matthew Bird, so he's going to say to Babino, look, you're going to have to leave me some room here because I want to get to those group in front that's starting to go too wide.
Yeah, as we get to this stage of this race, a few laps after that restart, just far enough removed from it where the drivers are starting to feel a little bit confident, get back into the swing of things, but just close enough to it where the drivers are still packed in like sardines. You get these sort of situations where the drivers do get a little bit frustrated with each other, so let's see if the tension will build. These racers will go for some more gutsy moves, as we got that 2x2 pack on screen at the present moment with Bird and Moose battling for the final spot inside the top 10 as Bird and Newman now duke it out.
Well, this is where Brad Newman's just struggling to keep the pace of the likes of Wylazinski, who is there just in front. So they are starting to split now. It's 3-2, and the rest is the way it's best described at the moment in this battle pack that they've got. And Bird now gets the clearance needed to go and make that happen. Wimbley going side by side there and trying to push with Wright. And then you got Olsen going at it here with Lachlan Frank in third and fourth. Lee gets a good run there and works his way hard into turn number 4, and clearance made then, and that was wonderfully constructed as a pass. Wright now starts going backwards as Wylazinski moves to the inside and might be followed here by Matthew Bird. Welcome to the freight train.
And he's hooked up to it, and they are chugging along all throughout this field, getting into the swing of things with 3 wide action a little bit farther behind. That's gutsy stuff down into 3 and 4. Look at the 20 car in the middle of all that. Matthew Bird, he's no stranger to how quickly things can go awry here at Martinsville. After all, while the yellows a little bit earlier on was caused from him hitting the inside wall after getting punted into a spin, got oh so close to contact with himself and the number 16 as they added their way off into 1-2 a few moments ago. It stacked up the 16. Here comes Patrick Moose in that 2 car trying to get a move done.
They're only managing 150 clicks on the straight, so it's not frantically fast in terms of pace, but it is enough with these Miatas that work through. And talk us, Ron, through what makes this car such a great battling car and one of the great ones to learn on the iRacing service.
It's a car that, despite the fact that I usually have some of my dumbest iRacing moments in it, it is so much fun to drive. Beginner friendly in the sense that it's not a Formula 1 car where you're going twice the speed of sound from what feels like. You've got a moderately quick race car where you learn the ropes about iRacing. Pretty much everybody in their iRacing career has driven this car extensively. Now, whether they have some good memories with it or bad, that leaves up to everybody's own interpretation. But this car puts on some brilliant racing action both in real life and in the sim. The draft is always strong. Don't have to worry about that too much here at Martinsville. They are so fun heading off through the corners, and these are tough little cars as based off the real life Mazda MX-5 that you can buy from a showroom any day of the week. These cars have some modifications made to them, put in a roll cage to make them ready for the racetrack, but they are tough little cars, these. We have already seen in this race lots of drivers getting involved in some drama. Even this car, the number 20, is going for the move right now on Charles Wimbley off into turn number 1 and 2. That's a move for P6 if Bird can make it stick. Earlier on in this race, his front hood was crumpled up like a discarded Coke can, or other soft drinks are available to you. We are not sponsored on this show, although we most certainly wish we were. And that front bumper was gone off that car as well. These cars are super tough, even in iRacing. So you can have a couple of mistakes, hit the wall, maybe make contact with your competitors, and you can still be good. That's the reason why these races at Martinsville with these MX-5 cars are so much fun, because have a good race at Martinsville, you need a tough car that's a little bit tricky to drive. You can still get the most out of it, and they're tough little cookies. Every single box is ticked by these MX-5s, and that's why we have got a darn good race on this special event on our hands.
Yeah, top three clear by about 0.8 of a second from Lachlan Frank, who's on his own, and then it brings in Olsen and the power of here Matthew Bird to run himself up, to look around and say, I'm going to start making these places. He's going to bring with him then Patrick Moose to the party, but this is where the top three are trying to build their case for a race. If they get a long run like this and it stays green all the way, a long hope, I know, but that's what they want. They want a gap, and they want to work with that gap. Here's the look then as Olsen stuck on the outside, and that brings Patrick Moose into then P number 6.
Yeah, so Moose really on the charge. That Hello Kitty car has been on a roll ever since. That Sanrio car has been on a roll as of recent. A cinema roll, if you would. I will see myself out.
Well, at the moment, I'm sure there is one VTuber in Puerto Rico who's decidedly perked their ears up at this moment in time. Either way, this is going to be all about a good run for those who need at this moment, and this is the difference between the haves and the have-nots at this moment of tyres versus not. Nathan Barrows, a little bit of a flick there of the windscreen wipers. Get any dust or dirt that's been kicked up, some of the marble runoff or discard that has been around on this circuit that does get a little bit of kick up there. So Barrows looking for good progress, but this is where you start looking around at Felix Ferrier. This is where you look around and say, well, how long can you go on your fuel? You've had a lot of stops in terms of this race caution-wise, which has allowed the fuel mileage to extend, but you would also argue, how much can you put in that tank? That is 75 minutes right now on a tank of fuel.
Yeah, the thing about these MX-5s, as I said a little bit earlier on, they're not big race cars. You can very much so tell that. Frankly, they're the size of a shoe compared to some of the cars that usually race here at Martinsville. The fuel tanks are not that big, and even though they are pretty much street engine race cars, they've still got to burn up a lot of gas. So I wonder if the fuel saving has been a factor. As we've been talking about the chaos out there on the racetrack, I'm curious whether or not some of these racers decide to use that as an opportunity, do a little bit of clutching and coasting, keeping it easy, just trying to maximize the fuel saving up to this point in the race, as much as the chaos has most certainly broken through, as we have seen tonight. You gotta wonder about the fuel saving side of things. A strategy content in a race like this can be oh so important too.
Well, I look around at someone like Robert Nelson, who's reliant on drivers not falling a lap down here in this, and Joe Thompson in the number 12 is already 15 seconds off the back of your leaders. If Thompson falls a lap down, then Robert Nelson's night is going to get really, really tough. And this is going to be the longest way back. Wimbley through on Wylezinski then, as they look to trade for position. Wimbley stuck on the outside. Wylezinski in the blue, red and black is there on the inside line, looking to try and hold the place off then, and working again here on this run forward. And it's a case of get good, he says behind there to Charles Wimbley. Nothing that the Aerial Works car can do about it. A little bit of damage on the front as Brad Newman now picks up a freebie.
So Brad Newman looking to be on the charge. You talked about him a little bit earlier on in this stage of the race, Jake, talking about that driver behind the wheel of that number 4 car, looking to be on the charge, make up some more moves, and remain in the top 10 preferably, as long as Charles Wimbley will not try and tackle him once again. This trio of cars has actually fallen back a little bit of the drivers a little bit farther up the road, as it's about 9/10 to nearly a full second between Lee Olsen in the 22 car slotted in 8th, and Dylan Weslinski slotted in 9th in the number 16 car. You can see the gap between those two competitors. It has broken out a little bit, so I wonder if Brad Newman may try and apply some pressure to the back of that number 16 car and say, you know what, I like running behind you, I like the good fuel saving that I get from the slight slipstream hang all through these turns, but I want to contend for this race win, and I'm not going to worry about running behind you anymore. Give me this spot and give me a chance to catch up.
It's been great progress over the last 25 laps or so here by Matthew Bird and Patrick Moose. They've definitely got the pace. They've pulled the second back here to Lachlan Frank, and now they're thinking about where they go. There's lap traffic in front of the leaders here in the form of John Michael Dunnigan, who's 23 laps down. So this is going to create a bit of, I would say, jeopardy for the leaders, and Dunnigan is not moving off the line for those in front, so they're going to have to make a pass on circuit. So Lachlan Frank will see this, and so too will this group, and go, right, we're going to need this clearance on the Solpec Precision car sooner rather than later. So you can see how antsy there behind the wheel Matthew Bird is. He's realizing, look, this is go time.
Yeah, starting to feel the pressure ramp up in these battles, as what a camera shot that we have got riding on board with a back bumper of Lachlan Frank as they headed their way off through turns number 3 and 4. Matthew Bird sniffing around the rear end of that car, trying to get a good whiff of the exhaust coming off that number 25 machine. Oh, so close as they head their way off through the turns. Lachlan Frank got his fair share of drama up to this point, but he is still looking to be on the up and up as they're actually stuck behind a lap car. That's about a second gap that has grown between Nathan Barrows and Clint Eknolog, as you see that gap continues to grow. Nathan Barrows maybe being a bit of a cork in the bottle right now in this battle up towards the top spots.
Well, it's not his fault in terms of the way this race is going for him. He had a tag with John Michael Dunnigan, who hit the wall coming out of 4. Barrows was wrong place, wrong time. It completely killed his run, and that's dropped him back here for 3rd. And Lachlan Frank is going to throw one down the inside, and that's more than just his soda pop to go and get this pass done. So now he sits back, Barrows on the outside, and is there going to be a push in through the corner by Bird to say, come on, you've got the clearance, you just drive off the exit, gain the place, and then it'll be my turn. Look at this.
Yeah, it is 4 cars covered by nothing in this battle for 3rd as they head their way downtown into 1 and 2. Going to be a tough road ahead for that number 6 car, Nathan Barrows. He's stuck on the high side. Will he get any sort of assistance? Let's find out as Patrick Moose got a fantastic view of that battle right up in front of him between Bird and Barrows. Will he decide to pick that inside line? He will, as that's a brief UFO abduction from Matthew Bird. The Martians are here at Martinsville. Does kind of rhyme in an odd sense, but that number 20 car hoping that those blink outs are a bit less of an occurrence, as that is also very terrifying for the racers around him, seeing a car blink in and out as he's trying to go side by side with them.
Oh, big slide there in the middle of the corner, and Barrows wisely jumps out of the way. It will cost the place to Patrick Moose. It will bring back Zach Range into play, but that was almost race-saving there from Nathan Barrows, and we talk about it in the early stages of races. This is landmine avoidance. You've got to try and avoid the lumps and bumps that will take your race out of contention and give yourself an opportunity to walk through to the other side.
And very lucky that those moments hang down. Oh boy, look at Lachlan Franklin with a slide now down to 1 and 2. He's gonna lose out on 3rd. Maybe I'll lose out on some more spots as Matthew Bird gets a move put on him first. Now look at Patrick Moose diving down the inside, trying to show off the horn, heading off into the turn. He gets the move done, so Patrick Moose now jumps his way up into 4th. Lachlan Frank falling down to P5. Quick little slide, may not seem like too much, but all these cars look like they're handling like the wheels are bolted on sideways. Nathan Barrows and Lachlan Frank so close to contact coming out of it.
Well, Lachlan had a couple nibbles there of Patrick Moose, which opened the door up for Nathan Barrows, and then gets a nibble on the side, and Barrows on the radio going, yeah, that's not what I quite wanted there, mate. Come on, play ball. We've got to work as a team here together. It's 5 versus 2, and this is effectively your Omnium at the moment. This is your Tour de France stage of the race. You've got a breakaway of 2, a breakaway of 5, and then the peloton that looks to try and sit and stay and say, this is where the middle of the race is. Through goes Zach Range. He'll move up now to 6th position. He'll cover off and defend the line going back into the next series, trying to work out that progress, and manages that through 1 and 2. But here on lap 175 here of 500, good clearance needed there to maintain order.
We still have the side-by-side battling going on throughout this field. That's Pelletier trying to get a move done on Ted Lowendick. That's about for P11 and P12 as it stands between those two competitors. A Solpack car having the Hooters machine on the outside of him, looking to have a peek as they head their way out of 1 and 2, and it's going to be the move from Lowendick to hold on to P11. They're going to try and close up to the number 16 car. Goes for the dive off into the turn, closed up a lot in the braking zone. That's the thing about these MX-5s, the brakes we have seen all throughout tonight, and we will most certainly continue to see it all throughout this race. The rotors glowing a bright orange to a bright red as these drivers hold the mail off through these turns, try and ship it off. The brake lights aren't the only things that are glowing here tonight.
Now, as we take a look here with Nathan Barrows, and the position that he finds himself in. This was the look down into the corner. He sees then just in front from this driver's eyes perspective at this moment in time, Zach Range and then Lachlan Frank down the line, and they are really starting to see that stretch out over the course of this stint. This is a tough moment in terms of this race because you know that you've built yourself a platform to try and keep yourself in place, but how much of the tyre have you burned to stay?
Yeah, that's a fantastic point to raise there, Jake. In trying to put yourself in a good spot, you could wear the tires down to the canvas. I'm sure there was at least a handful of competitors who are really feeling the burn on the rubber of their race cars. We've already seen these racers begin to kick the tail end out a little bit more. They're drifting out of these turns. They're sliding around the track. The understeer and the oversteer starting to crank in. I talked about the setup that we have here for this race and how some drivers may have to change their driving style to cope with it a little bit more. There's two reasons for that. One, just to make sure that you are in a good spot, and also to worry about the fact that if you can't really handle the setup, you're going to find yourself in a spot where you're going to burn up those tires so much quicker compared to everybody else that's not even going to be funny. Those tires will be worn down to the canvas as everybody else a bit more confident in the way their race cars are running. They're going to be feeling smooth.
Joe Thompson then falls a lap down for the first time in this race. It will now put the pressure on the likes then of Justin Melillo and Dwayne Drummond, who are 16 seconds off the back of Felix Ferreira, who leads this one. And Moose moving up then and gaining the pass on Matthew Bird. Hello Kitty up to third, and that one just a mistake in the middle of the corner. The back stepped out for Matthew Bird, and Patrick Moose just got on the power on the exit and just breezed on by.
I got a little boot scoon boogie heading off through the turn, gassed up the car, and off he went. P3 for Patrick Moose. Nice move from him. He's not going to have to worry about slaying that gap between himself and Clint Econog, as that is now 1.5 seconds between P2 and P3. If anyone can do it, though, I feel like it would be Patrick Moose. He has put in some very good performances up throughout this race, as my main attention now is right behind as Matthew Bird feeling some pressure from Lachlan Frank on the inside as they head their way down the backstretch into 3 and 4.
Well, you're out of spool in the Turbo Burger car at the moment. You can see the brake discs there on the front glowing orange into each and every corner. They are stamping down on the brakes to try and get the car to turn and rotate the way that they need to. Lachlan Frank can't quite get the clearance needed. Zach Range will follow up behind and try and work himself into group, but for the moment it's 4th, it's 5th, it's 6th, and they're all there together and they can't afford to drop. And into the wall there off of 4 goes Matthew Bird. He is really struggling with tyre wear.
Yeah, really starting to see these competitors start to slide as they head their way off through the turns. The drifting is becoming a bit more commonplace. The sliding is getting a bit more often too. Contact being made, and around goes Bird.
And that's going to bring the caution out, and everybody, I think, will look at that run and say it was a good run, and that's all it is now, just the run. Lap 187 clicks over, and the safety car gets brought back out, so a pace car needed. Matthew Bird takes the slide. He was starting to struggle, and he just gets a tag in the rear.
Yeah, I think there may have been a little bit of a gap between those two cars. Yeah, you can see a bit of space between the two, and the contact is registered, but either way, around goes Matthew Bird. Tough break for him in this race. That number 20 car has had his own fair share of drama up to this point, but it does bring a vast majority of the field down pit lane. Here we go.
Lachlan Frank then, I think, is going to be the one who will look around and stay out. But here's the look as they come into the corner. Oh, and there's not much in that as you get the turn in. It was very close between those drivers, but there's not much that you can really say about that. It happens in racing, and that's why sometimes you have to leave a little bit more extra room as you go into that section. So clearance needed, drivers making calls to go in, and I think only one is going to stay out fully in terms of this one. Brad Newman, I think, is going to be the one who holds out and says, I want to be race leader. There's a difference between pitting a lap early or a lap later, and I think that is making a very telling point.
So the strategy that we've been expecting will play such an important factor in this race, already rearing its head just a little short of that lap 200 mark, as we see Zach Range staying out there on the racetrack. End of lines for a lot of racers, and one of them was rather big. It was Felix Ferrer, who picked up an EOL as a result of all of that. So we'll have to see how this is all going to work out on this ensuing restart, with a jumbled up field, some racers on new tires, some others on old rubber. It is going to be a very, very tough run on this restart. Such a long green flag run comes to an end with contact down to 3 and 4. Now I gotta wonder whether these racers will get back into the swing of things, or if we will potentially fall back into that cycle of green, yellow, green, yellow.
Well, whose line is going to work? Samuel Wright now a lap down, and so too Felix Ferrer finding a lap down in this. Zach Range now we'll be looking around as they start to line themselves up, and if you've got this wrong in terms of pit cycle, that you've overcooked it as you've gone in through various sections, it's going to put some very important drivers way down and needing a lucky dog to make it work. Newman, Range, Econog, Olsen, and then Pelletier, your top 5, with Jacob Klein in 6th. We will rejoin then after 13 cautions, lucky for some, on lap 191. Good launch there by Brad Newman. It brings Econog now down to the inside in the Crayola car to get that progress, and then Lee Olsen looking to work on that inside, looking to get that run sorted.
Yeah, now as they try and negotiate 3 and 4, contact being made, multiple bits of contact. In fact, that could have ended in tears on multiple occasions for that Ford Brad Newman. It is getting really frenetic in this battle. We're expecting it to be hectic, and that it most certainly is. The car's sliding around. That's a 21, dancing all around the racetrack, dancing a jig, missing the apex, and he's now got to feel some pressure from Lee Olsen, looking at some drivers scrambling a little bit farther behind. It is so hectic in this race. A 22 with the slide and contact being made.
Yeah, there's Olsen, and wrong place for Lee, and that will bring the 14th caution of the race in, and we talk about it. After a long run, it's very easy for drivers to feel like they've got a chance. It was all about the middle of the road there. There was nowhere to really go in terms of that one for the car third in line, who had just tried to make that move, so Range would have been stuck on the outside. Olsen getting the wiggle, and then effectively tagging Range, going through. Olsen getting loose, so you can see here, here's Olsen trying to make that lunge down in, would have had a little push into the middle of the corner, and then just runs out of time.
Yeah, there's only so much you could do with how much they were stacking up. I was expecting a little bit of drama like that to break out. Those racers were battling so hard, throwing haymakers. I can't even say throwing haymakers at each other. They're basically throwing packs of firecrackers in each other's rooms and waiting to see whose headstand would blow up first. That was madness on that restart. It was only a matter of time before at least one person would get shown the door, contact would be made, and around they went. Damage picked up to those race cars as well. It brings a decent amount of the field back down pit lane once again. Brad Newman and Clint Econo. I will get his name pronunciation correct at some point between now and the end of the show. Those two still running up at the front as we get closer and closer to lap 200.
Yeah, and that will be the 2/5 away of the race, or 40%, so it gives you a sense of just how hard they're having to race, and they are not even halfway through. 90 minutes worth of construction. Jake Sperry and Ron Mones bringing you all of the coverage, and this is a day of hold yourself steady and try and work to gain your lap back, as this will be about holding yourself until the end of running. You've got 60 or 17 now on the leading lap then in this race, and if you have bought yourself a chance to keep yourself on that lead lap, to give yourself placement, this is where you're starting to make yourself known. Drivers who are making themselves known, Justin Melillo, for example, into the top 5 for the first time tonight.
So nice to see him shuffling his way up to the front. Some competitors that we haven't really talked about too much in this race really staking their claims on some good runs right now. So let's see as we get closer to the halfway mark of this event if they can hit the second half running as a black flag in the air for Dwayne Drummond in the number 30 car. I believe that may be a pit lane infraction that will send him back into pit lane. I believe he already had a black flag in the air not too long ago, but here we go. About to get him racked and stacked and up and rolling once again.
Brad Newman taking a big high line, looking for the launch then here in the restart zone. Green flag in the air and gets a good run there on Econog, and Matt Pelletier very much alert to it. He's going to try and run down low and make it happen. 3 wide in the middle as we got traffic everywhere in terms of this restart. Only the 16 on the lead lap, and then of course with Drummond taking the penalty as well, already a lap down, that will make things doubly difficult. Is down in the lane, so push yourself for a bit of room. Econog then working the outside, Pelletier still trying to work, and then there's a big gap back to Bird and Sanchez. Bird now up into 4th position, past the Porsche All-Star.
And Econog now dropping down behind Pelletier as he jumps his way up into 2nd. Brad Newman holding on to a 4/10 of a second lead up at the front of the field. Seeing these competitors decide to settle this race into a groove. Contact going on right behind, though. That was Patrick Moose with a sidewinder shot into that outside safer barrier. Bounces off, I believe that was the number 11 car of Zach Rangel was on the inside of him at that point of contact. They keep it smooth. They're still going in a straight line. Moose now feeling the burn from some racers a little bit farther behind. He's side by side with the lap car. Have to go back to Ted Lowendick in one of those Solpack cars. You can see him about 2 rows behind him in that number 10 machine.
And give yourself the room. So this is the tag on the wall on the outside. It gets almost into the side there of Zach Range, and both drivers acknowledged it. Sorry, I hit the wall. Nope, you're all good. I heard it as he went on by. So there was the difference maker between them as they look to try and make that progress. 200 hit, and here comes the move for the race lead as it's going to be Brad Newman on the wrong side of it. They've got traffic in front in the form of Dwayne Drummond, and it is going to be Clint Econog who will move up to the lead, and he's looked like he's had pace all race.
Yeah, Econog has put on a mighty drive up to this point in this event, has shown some pace, has certainly shown the speed at many points. Even when he's been on the back foot, he's been able to keep his nose onto that grindstone and run smoothly back up into a higher spot. Now holds on to that top spot. Let's see if the likes of Brad Newman, maybe Matt Pelletier, or maybe likes of Matthew Bird or Justin Mello will potentially try and go for a move. Justin Melillo, my apologies. We'll have to see if anybody will try and challenge Econog as we get farther along in this run of the race.
Well, we know Brad Newman was one of only a few drivers after that long green flag run to stay out, so it's not surprising to see him start dropping at this point. He's down to 3rd. He'll look around and see the likes of Bird, Melillo, Sanchez, and Wylezinski looking to try and eye it up and say, look, this is going to be my place where I'm going to start making moves. Let's settle down. We're in the mid part of this race. They've done their effective early stint running here, Ron, which is handing out their, what I like to call handing out the business card, saying, hi, I'm this person, this is how I drive, this is how I go. This is where you just settle down and go, I know how everyone drives, now it's the meat and potatoes.
Yeah, that's a fantastic point that you raised there, Jake. The early stages of a race like this is usually just that introductory point. It's basically like a speed dating event where everybody says, hi, my name's this, hi, my name's that. Everybody likes to introduce themselves, gives a couple of fun facts about them, what their favorite food is, whatever it may be. And then as we get farther and farther along now into the final 300 laps of this race, you're going to start to see these racers kind of double down and triple down on what they've already proved in this race, whether or not they feel confident in their race cars, where exactly they want to go for the moves, and how exactly their driving style will match with the competitors around them. Going to start to see these racers begin to be even more of themselves as we get farther along.
Well, moves being made. Matthew Bird now up to 3rd. A bit of 2 wide then going on with Zach Range and Dylan Wylezinski then for placement just behind. Xavier Sanchez trying to eye up a move into the top 5, then with a bit of clearance, and clearance still can't be done in there in the background as they have got themselves clear with the 1 lap down Felix Ferreira, who is looking for the lucky dog on the next available caution. So there is that is in play at the moment, and Ferreira is in the right place at the right time. There's the 12 of Joe Thompson back on the lead lap, fighting hard with Mendez as there goes the look again, and this time it's going to be Range on the wrong side as they go through for it here as the lap down traffic tries to maybe get the unlap on the road.
Yeah, So the lap traffic can bite back here at this racetrack. We talked about the lap traffic conundrum a little bit earlier on, and it is really going to ring true all throughout tonight. For the drivers doing the lapping, it can be tough just to make those moves clean. Make sure you have a clean race car and don't pick up any more incident points. That's another point that we'll probably mention a little bit later on. But you think about it from the side of the drivers doing the lapping. The drivers getting lapped, meanwhile, basically feels like you have an X-set missile coming up right behind you, waiting to see that lap car overtake you whenever it may be. It can be a nervous situation for both sides of that lap traffic coin. We just have to see who can manage it the best all throughout the rest of this race.
It's a poison chalice because you can let it through and then it will be slower, or you can make the pass by and they'll try and fire it back up the inside of you. So you got to be careful, and it's really been busy in that second group with Ted Lowendick, Lachlan Frank, who's a lap down, and then David Toaster, who's 24 laps down, trying to work through the pack here. They've really dropped off the back of the front 8 of this race, and so this secondary group, I think if anything's going to happen, it's going to happen here in this mid-pack right now that's set up, because they know that frantically they've already dropped the contact to the front group. The only way they're going to get back now is another caution.
Yeah, with the amount of yellows we've had up to this point, can't rule out there being any more. Frankly, with over half the race left to go, I wouldn't be too shocked if these racers are betting their entire life savings on there being a yellow between now and the very end. When it comes to strategy here at Martinsville, you have to worry about it. Of course, on the usual road course side of things, it does play a massive role as to whether or not some yellows may come out as you're coming down into pit lane. But here it holds a lot of importance. Got to worry about that pit entry or pit exit closing as you try and get your pit stops taken care of. Got to worry about what sort of spot you find yourself in come time for the restart. If there is a yellow and you come down pit lane either during it or right beforehand, there's so much that goes into trying to figure out what strategy call may work and which ones may not.
We're near the halfway stage of this race, and Brad Newman drops another one. This time it's Zach Grange who will drive on through, and that is just behind. And there's more trading out there. Pelletier losing out. So Matthew Bird eyeing up the pass, knowing that Clint Ekelol is now starting to move on up 0.8 of a second. That was a critical pass, because the moment you let someone go a second down the road, we call it a rubber band when it comes to slipstream. Once you're outside of a second, it snaps.
And as someone who's gotten the opportunity to cover many draft-heavy cars in his iRacing broadcasting career, the likes of the Radical SR10, the Formula V, the Spec Racer 4, and of course these Global MX-5 Cup cars, super strong drafting, always a vital role. If you break out of that, though, it's going to feel like you lose about 50 horsepower. These cars may not be the biggest in the world. Frankly, the only sort of aerodynamic devices they have on them is a windshield, the headlights, that grill up at the front of the car, and the wing mirrors. That's about it. Outside that, these cars do punch a hole in the air, so you do have to worry about that draft, even on a small racetrack like this. You talked about it a little bit earlier on, Jake. What was the eventual speed? I think it was about 150 kilometers an hour, you said, heading down these straightaways. These are not fast race cars. They're not very powerful cars either, so that draft usually is the more powerful thing between the engine and the slipstream.
Yes, but it is a car of great balance, and that's what makes it so good to drive, is the fact that you get a feel for what the car should do. If you want to point it in the corner, you'll point it in the corner. If you overdrive it, it overdrives. If you underdrive it, underdrives. It's one of those things where you look at it and you go, this is a car that does exactly what it says on the tin.
Yeah, that's exactly right there. The MX-5 isn't a car that has extra strings. There it is a no strings attached race car. You get in it, you drive around, can be a little bit squirrely at certain points in time. This is a really good car to learn the ropes on iRacing, because it's one that feels forgiving in some instances, feels a little bit unforgiving at other points in time. It's like a firm instructor, it's like a firm teacher saying, hey, look, very good job, you did an awesome job there, nice stuff, and they'll shake your hand. And other times they will say, no, you didn't do that right, let's try that one again, let's give it another whirl. This is a car that is so good to learn the ropes on in iRacing, because it has both ends of the spectrum. It's not going to just cover you with praise the entire time, but it's also not going to rub salt into the wounds. It has that balance in terms of the way that it feels and also the way that it makes these drivers feel too.
Econog then looking behind at Matthew Bird, and we got progress then as the 22 machine of Lee Olsen tries to recover back through the field. Has Patrick Moose for company then in this scrap for 11th. They're just behind Lincoln Fox at the moment, who's trying to recover back through at 19 laps adrift, the pole sitter for today's race. So not a bad car to be behind, the fastest one over 1 lap pace. So these two will be starting to think about where they go, and Brad Newman, of course, will be trying to hold on to the back of Zach Range and Dylan Weilerzinski and Justin Malillo at the moment. It's Malillo who looks a bit slow in the flag-to-flag.gg car at the moment to the inside, and graciously gifted is the best way to describe that one there. That was easy for Weilerzinski.
Yeah, nice move there from Weilerzinski to jump his way up into the top 5. Now Malillo gonna feel the burn from Zach Range right on the inside of him, off through 3 and 4. He's gonna make that move stick. Malillo dropping down like a stone thrown into a pond. Let's see if Brad Newman's maybe gonna smell blood in the water and go for the move. You can see him drifting a little bit off through 1 and 2, and there goes that 4 machine, my apologies, trying to get that move to jump his way up into 7th. Wasn't able to make it work there. However, you can tell that Malillo dropping down. Not sure what has changed with that car, whether or not he has burnt up the tires too badly, or what the deal is. That 8 car seems to be losing pace, and losing pace quick.
I think the deal is just, I don't want to fight, and that's the Justin Malillo way. He ran at the back for the majority of the first part of the race. Through goes Brad Newman straight back once again, and so if you're struggling with pace, you are relying on just getting a good place near the finish, and that will mean that you have to give up, you have to cede some places in the early stages, but later on, when drivers have overcommitted in the mid part of the race, you will gain those places back, and that's where I think you're starting to see the Justin Malillo way of racing. And this is where Clint Econog is now looking behind, because Matthew Bird has pulled himself onto the rear at the moment, and so these two trying to break Pelletier away from them, trying to break Sanchez. Sanchez having no help, because through goes Felix Ferreira looking to get the lap back, and this is Mendez then in the Corin Key car looking around at this, and he takes a tap from Thompson through the middle of the corner, and that's what we call the chrome horn pass. Move out of the way, the police are in town.
And the cops pushing their way past there. That was pretty hectic. I mean, we expect that sort of racing at Martinsville, though. These races always going to break it out, get a little bit physical, and doubly so as we get closer and closer to the halfway mark of this race. These competitors going to be even more gutsy in the moves that they go, even more so that take no prisoners attitude probably going to be a pretty big factor as we get farther along in this race. But up at the front, these three looking to break away. Econog trying to hold off any sort of challenge for Matthew Bird. These
Caution.
two up the...
So just like that, everything is going to bring itself back into range. I couldn't see anything initially there as they went through, so someone's broken the plane, and there was a car slow on the inside. So it was John Michael Dunnigan who had come to a stop on the inside, not off the circuit, enough to throw a caution out, as it looks like he's going to pull the car to one side. So that will bring things close together again, and that one is the sort of caution that comes out that nobody wants.
Yeah, that is going to be a big thorn in the side for all of these racers, as we see the moment from that number 17 car of Dunnigan heading his way off through the turn. He's going to go on the exit. You can see that car already pretty much ready for the scrap heap there. I mean, the damage on the front of the car, the back of the car, the left side of the car, the right side of the car. Every corner of that car has at least something wrong with it. You know how I said that it's going to be a miracle if anybody leaves this race with a perfectly clean looking race car? Even with the fast repairs, that is going to be a pretty tough ask indeed, as we do have a decent amount of the field coming down pit lane under this yellow.
We do, so those from about 6th on back, so that's Brad Newman on back, making the call that tyres are going to be good, fuel's going to be good here on this circuit that sits just off of 58 and 220 on the highway. So that is the William F. Stone Highway that runs itself around the 58, that does merge itself over a little bit later on down the road into the 220 once again, as the 58 turns over towards places like Horse Pasture and Spencer, and runs its way around through Patrick Springs, and then heads over towards Stewart, where that is the home of the Wood Brothers Racing Museum.
an absolutely awesome part of the country for racing. Martinsville not too terribly far away from Virginia International Raceway either. Certainly two different ends of the motorsports spectrum here in the U.S. You go from a small little half-mile paperclip short track to an absolutely amazing American old-school road course, but absolutely amazing parts of this country. I haven't gotten the opportunity to go down to Martinsville myself one day, but I feel like next fall maybe my shot. Go down for some of the NASCAR racing, go down for the real-life MX-5 race at Martinsville, because that is an absolutely fantastic event. I want to know who came up with the idea to put these little MX-5 cars out there on Martinsville for a race both in real life and in the sim, but whoever did, I want to give that man or woman a handshake.
I believe it was a Moon Car event, first and foremost, that brought it together. But either way, we're going to get ourselves back into running, because 2:34 is the lap that is going to bring itself into play. Green flag in the air. Clint Econog with the start. Bird on the outside. Pelletier's going to make the move. And Brad Newman, power move back there, puts himself up in the top 5. He left Wylezinski for dust.
Newman punching that hole in the air. He goes for it down into the turn. So that's Newman breaking his way up into the top 5. Side-by-side racing still going on, involving Pelletier and Bird as they continue to duke it out for P2. Side-by-side racing going on all throughout this field as we're going to see who will get involved in this battle next. I have a feeling that Justin Melillo may get involved in this battle sooner rather than later, because these two really slowing themselves up in this battle for second.
Wimbley also making progress. You've got up there Samuel Wright, the New Zealander, looking to try and push up and say, what can I do? Dwayne Drummond back in the pits once again. He's had a long time to sit there and wait, but stuck on that outside line is Matthew Bird, and that's going to bring Justin Melillo into play, looking for the podium here. So Econog building a margin here of half a second at the front. It's well covered spin, and it's going to be Samuel Wright. There comes Sweet 16 of cautions.
And you can just hear the unmistakable sound of tires screaming in agony off into the turn. Brings out another yellow. Still have maybe a dispute between Bird and Melillo as to figuring out who's in third at the time of yellow. Maybe we can give that to Matthew Bird as we take a look to see what happened to bring out the yellow. Following Samuel Wright in that number 31 machine, got the 25 right in tow. 25 goes for the dive. A little bit of contact being made off in there, and two drivers just trying to battle hard off into a space with really no real estate to work with.
Well, Lachlan Frank was one lap down trying to make that move. The Aussie versus the New Zealander there, a little bit fractious. And Lachlan Frank causes the caution that gets his own lucky dog.
That's a very good point that you bring up there, Jake. So, yeah, I will leave it at that and say a very convenient yellow for him.
Very convenient here in terms of many that need to go, and I think Matthew Bird's in a little bit of a sticky situation. Nature's calling for him at the moment. I think he's in a position where if he gets a long green flag run, he might have to go in his own seat.
And I'm not sure how the mechanics would necessarily like that. I'm not sure if the drivers would like that. Very happy to say that my 10-year karting career, I never had that happen to me. I never did, even though here's a good little story as we are under this yellow. Figured I would share this at this point in time. First time I ever drove my kart back in the summer or very late spring of 2013. Can't remember exactly when it was. I was running at this small little schoolyard right by my house here in Philadelphia, and I got done with the kart, and right after my dad shut the camera off, I looked at him and said, "Dad, I think I pooped." As it turns out, there was just a seat full of gravel from the old little schoolyard that we were running at there. I thought I'd poop my pants. I was so excited driving that kart for the very first time.
Oh my, oh my. Well, at least here on lap 2:39, that's what they go through, and they've sorted it out. So obviously it's worked then for many. Matthew Bird's been able to get to the bathroom and back without losing a lap, so he's been a very lucky lad in that regard. But lap 240 now, they tick two, they'll go too wide. Econog will have the clearance. Pelletier will be second. And critically, it's Brad Newman who's going to end up third then on this restart. Weilazinski then in fourth. And for the first time really in a long time, Ted Lowendick is going to move himself back into the top 5. He qualified the car in second. So ultimately for Ted, it's been tough. And Xavier Sanchez very late to the party then to try and get into position. That right-hand side lane was late because of a bit of lap traffic out there. Green flag back in the air and we're underway. They just about get themselves in line quick enough, but the clearance needed then as they work through a bit of 3 wide in the middle, but Newman trying to work hard to get by Pelletier.
And Matthew Bird picking up a black flag there for a restart infraction. Saw that pop up on the screen. He's going to have to come down pit lane to come and serve that. But as that drama goes on for him, the drama up at the front still very much on. Econog holding on to that race lead. Brad Newman right behind as look at Newman going for the dive on Econog, heading down into 1 and 2.
Ted Lowendick trying to follow suit here on Matt Pelletier. This just before the halfway stage of this race is all about clearance, and Newman's going to have to drive in. This is well driven here by Clint Econog, but Clint is going to have to lose out because put it to Brad at this moment to move up to the pointy end. Wide goes Econog, up then onto the high groove. 1, 2, 3, 4 places, and maybe here comes a 5th with Zach Range.
And a horrible run off through 1 and 2 for Econog. He's got to drop down outside the top 5 now as through into 5th goes Zach Range. He's going to have to get down to that bottom lane and try and stick with it for a while just so he can get his bearings straight and try and make a lunge to go back up towards the front a little bit later on. For now, though, that battle for the front 2 starting to break away from the drivers right behind. Brad Newman and Ted Lowendick holding on to P1 and P2 as Peltier and Dylan Weselinski go side by side for P3 and P4.
Weilazinski then trying to go through and keep an eye out on the likes of Felix Ferreira, the Belgian who led a lot in the early stages, lost the lap, and now is back inside the top 7 and moving up. So Felix could be a driver to keep focus on late on in this. Top 2 clear. Caution though comes out lap 2:45. It's Lee Olsen on the top then of the cop car then of Joe Thompson.
Maybe the most spectacular caution that we've had up to this point. Gonna have to see the replay to see exactly what happened between those two. You could just see the remains, the front bumper. Oh. I of all the things I was expecting to see in that shot, it was not that.
Well, I believe there's normally a watershed for things like that happen out there, but that is not the ideal scenario there. Lee Olsen then behind, not happy about that happening here. Thompson grabs the inside curb, runs out wide, and then effectively, I just think they fight for the same piece of road, and Lee just ends up on the top of the hood.
I feel like I have seen a very similar scene to this in a National Geographic documentary. And we're off the air.
Well, that's going to be tough as they go through, but that will bring up the halfway stage with 17 cautions that will be brought into play in terms of this race. And so as they set themselves up, more drivers making the call. The highest of the drivers to come in for the stop is Heike 360 ES Xavier Sanchez, who will go and make that call and get that clearance. Matthew Bird finds himself on the wrong side of things at the moment, a lap down. But as you tick it over, this is going to be where everybody sits down and says, right, we've done half a race here. Who have been, in terms of your look at this one, Ron, your biggest gainers in the first half of this race? Who's impressed you?
You know, looking through, in terms of just sheer tenacity and never giving up, Clint Econog, he has been up at the front throughout a vast majority of this race. That number 21 car led throughout a decent chunk, and even before then, even with the amount of setbacks that he has had in that Crayola car, even with the amount of time that the crayons have snapped, he has still kept it strong and kept it firm up at the front. Of course, Felix Ferrer, a driver that we have to keep tabs on all throughout this race, led in the early stages. Speaking of another driver that is in this race through sheer tenacity, Lachlan Frank, who I said this a little bit early on about this race, but it really rings true with how things have gone as of late. He's been up and down the field like Otis Elevator, so a lot of different competitors have had some wild nights, but I think the two running in P6 and P7 are the ones that have stood out to me thus far, Econog and Ferrer.
And there's one final look at the jump right up onto the top of the hood there of the cop car as Brad Newman will send us back to racing action on lap 250, halfway in the race, as Ted Lowendick will have Dylan Weilazinski there. Black flag for Lincoln Fox then off of the restart as Newman gets a wonderful launch as they go through and figure themselves out. Let's listen in here, as there's going to be a caution, big hit in the back that's going to bring itself together, and it's going to catch everybody in the back up. Frank's in there, Houtzinger's in there, Xavier Sanchez is caught up.
And we've been expecting another Martinsville stack up for quite some time. Saw it a little bit earlier on in this race coming out of the turns, but there you can see it's gone on heading down the backstretch. We'll have to load up a replay. I think a lot of racers are a little bit salty with what happened there.
It's a tough one because this one has come right back across the circuit again. It's a hefty shunt in terms of an incident, and you say, right, what more can you do? So a look here towards the rear as you're trying to work through the traffic. Lincoln Fox looks like he's in the middle of this one as well. They're 3-4 wide off the exit. Oh, and they tag the green machine there that goes on by there, and that really does open up everything in terms of where they go. So a nasty accident that brings everybody to a woken point at that stage. So I don't think there is much more you can say about it except wrong place, wrong time, and then everything just devolves on the backstretch. Wow, what a run we are about to sit ourselves in with here. 18 cautions over the first half of this race. You see there the spin that also came in there from Nathan Barrows out there in the number 6 car. So that certainly brought things into perspective. A great launch by Brad Newman against Ted Lowendick and Dylan Weilazinski would have been the perfect jump that was needed, but those behind that, Matt Pelletier, Zach Range, Felix Ferrer is there in there, Samuel Wright in 7th, and Jacob Klein, who has been knocking on the door of that top 10 for a long time, now in P number 8. So that is going to be where you sit down and say, right, this is where the race is going to have to now unlock from this stage. They will now move back into 2-wide filing, and they will look to get things sorted. So this is all about giving yourself a bit of time on that run and get yourself everything that you want and a little bit more. So I would look around and see the likes of those who have just about survived. Patrick Moose, I think, got the wave around, so Matthew Bird is still stuck at 1 lap down at this point in time. This is going to be a very tough stage to bring themselves back into play, but it is Brad Newman who's got the control here. We'll be back to running lap 255 here of 500, and Newman here, the Aussie, in control of this field in the number 4. Green flag in the air, and we are back to running here at Martinsville. Pushing with good progress there. It's going to be a good run there from Lowendick. Pelletier gets a good launch. Weilazinski is going to be in position. You've got Ferrer trying to work on the outside. Let's listen in here with some Racebook TV fan immersion. So good progress being made then off of what is restart number 18 of this race. 18 cautions into play, but the big progress there on that restart is Felix Ferrer here, Ron, who has gone up from about 6th on that restart and now finds himself 2nd.
Yeah, Ferrer has scythed his way through the field ever since we got this race back up and rolling. We saw him up at the front in the early stages, was rather dominant in the race, and a few cars challenging him in, but before we had the pit stops, I think the farthest he had been down was about 3rd or 4th. He's now back up in the top 2, has a half-second gap between himself and Brad Newman, and will certainly be on the charge to try and bring that number 5 car back up into that top spot.
Has fought hard to get that lap back, and he is getting busy then as we go on to the roof. Then with Ted Lowendick here in 3rd position, who has been just keeping it calm at the moment, hasn't really shown too much of his hand in this race. You got the top 6 clear, and then Sanchez Wright and Nathan Barrows, who's worked hard to get back on the lead lap, with Clint Econog as that battle to keep a focus on. They've just got a bit of side-by-side. You'll see in the back a shot. There's the pass done by Clint Econog there on the K-Pop Demon Hunters car of Nathan Barrows. As there's going to be another look here, right, very late to the apex.
Yeah, I think these moves are getting more and more aggressive as we get farther along in this race. We've already seen a base level of aggression be pretty high tonight, but it's getting even more so as we get farther along. These competitors starting to throw haymakers at each other. That, I think, just took out the camera, heading out of 4, as that battle with Wright and Barrows still going to be intense. These two scrapping it out for the final 2 spots inside of the top 10. And look right behind Patrick Moose in that Hello Kitty car. Hello Kitty has been an indomitable force thus far in this race. It's never really been out of it.
And a lead change because Felix Ferrer is through on Brad Newman, and that now brings the 5 into control at the front. This has been a wonderful launch of driving by the Belgian out there at this moment in time. You cannot say that he hasn't driven this one to the way that we know that he can from the early pace shown at the front. He will now try and play roughshod from the front of the field, and I think that's the best place to be because you know you've got clean air in front of you. Go work.
Yeah, drivers already looking to put in a shift in this race. They're going to be doing overtime, though, as we get farther along. It has been a long night of racing action for these competitors. It's still so much racing action left to go. I keep saying night because it's nighttime out there on the racetrack, probably for a decent chunk of these drivers. It's either in the afternoon or the morning or maybe the very early evening for some. But regardless, it's a darn good race that many of them have put on up to this point. But so much action left to go, so much drama left to unfold, and we've got a lot of loose ends in terms of the storylines all throughout this field.
Yeah, there's been so many drivers who have been up, who have been down, who have been all around, who have been trying to prove what they've got. Charles Wimbley here in 12th with Jacob Klein just behind. Klein's left the door open for the lap traffic of David Toaster to move through, and then there'll be the lap down Matthew Bird behind, and then is 14th place Justin Melillo trying to work through with a bit of progress. Lee Olsen on the back of that as well, trying to get that progress through, but Brad's not done at the front because he's gone and got it back, and this will open up Ted Lowendick then to move for the race lead. So changes wherever you look, but the front of the field's where it's going to have to be because Felix Ferrer has had to fight for the last couple of laps because he's been very, very tight on the exits of 4. Big lane change back down to the inside by Felix.
Yeah, he goes side by side with Newman as they head their way now onto the backstretch downtown to 3 and 4. Will Ferrer get this move done to jump his way up into that top spot once again? Still close-knit between these two. He clears them at the turn up into the race lead. Goes Felix Ferrer. He has had a darn good race up to this point and had to side this way through the field, but it's not over yet. Newman gonna go tit for tat with him the dive, much like Ferrer did a 1 lap ago.
Gets into his quarter panel and the steering has to open. It's getting chipper right now at the front of this field. Lowendick's there. Weilesinski in 4th. Zach Range then in 5th. Pelletier might have a chance to join this soon in 6th. Newman holding that line steady into 1 and 2. And here's the look from the likes of Lowendick's perspective here. He gets a good run and he's going to force it 3 wide into 3 and 4. Ted Lowendick down low. The middle for Newman. High and handsome bottom for the likes of Felix Ferreira, who will lose up against the super run back down to the inside. This is what MX-5s at Martinsville are all about. Here comes Range.
Yeah, Range now making it side by side with himself and Lowendick. That taste for the lead for Lowendick was very short-lived. Here we go, though, side by side, still going on between Newman and Ferris. They head their way now out of 4. Who's going to win out in this battle? They've been going side by side for so long. Who will pull through? Who will get that move done? Who's going to back at first? I don't think either of them will, because right now Newman, unless he can find a close gap, he's going to have to worry about being stuck on the high side. I was going to say it'd be borderline between himself and cutting in front of Range, and that proved it right there. Contact being made out of 4.
Range taking the tag. Lowendick now back to the inside. Replay up on top. Live 3 wide on the bottom of your screen. But now it's all about give yourself room. If you tag the quarter panel, you're at risk of turning the car unless you lift out in any way, shape or form. Here comes Brad Newman back down low. This is just brilliant racecraft.
Oh, this is absolutely incredible between these racers. We've seen the aggression, we've seen the slight frustration build, but now we have got a bare-knuckle fist fight up at the front. It's now Newman and Range duking it out for P2. Lowendick right behind. Contact being made once again as they head their way down the back straightaway. These racers are playing with fire. They're getting closer to that fire every single lap, every single dive, every single lunge on each other. And now as Newman clears them, Range has to worry about Lowendick fighting down the inside to 1 and 2.
Well, this is where you start thinking about where do I best place myself. They've allowed 7/10 to Felix Ferreira at the front of this pack, but for Newman, for the likes of Range, Lowendick, and now even Pelletier, look at how this group's starting to form up now, because behind that, Vilazinski, Ekanolg is there. You've got Xavier Sanchez, and we've got some bump drafting into the corners. Range is trying to push Lowendick through the corners now.
Yeah, I think you could see the level of frustration maybe build in some of these racers, start to break out the bumpers a little bit more, get a bit more frenetic, a bit more aggressive. Range now feeling some pressure from Pelletier right on the inside of him. That's going to be the battle to keep our eyes on for the final 2 spots at the top 5. In fact, there is that number 23 Hooters machine. He's looking to try and say who and jump his way up into another spot. Side by side still going on between those competitors. Lowendick being a bit of a cork in the bottle. He is dictating who gets the run off through the turns. Range is able to pull ahead a little bit, but heading down the straightaways, he does get slowed up a teeny tiny bit. These two continuing to duke it out as a battling right behind. Very intense.
Ekanolg to the inside of Vilazinski then to try and get the pass done, and that is going to be a very tough challenge to get that sorted, but you are really scrapping. Each and every corner right now is a miniature battle that you've got to deal with. It's 2,000 corners today that they've got to try and run through, and every 2 that they try and tick off here, through 1 into 2, through 3 into 4, you are looking to try and just make sure that you are holding your ground and staking your claim, and still the lunge comes back in, unable to shut the door goes Zach Range, and Pelletier here, this is allowing them to just open up the gap in front and close back in here for Lowendick and for Brad Newman. Back to Felix Ferreira.
Yeah, and this fight is going to be very, very intense as we get closer and closer to lap 300. Just whittling the laps away for all of these competitors. We're back into a swing of things. We're back into a groove. But even though we're settled into a groove, it doesn't mean these racers are taking it easy. As look at Lowendick going for the move on Newman. That's P2 for Lowendick in that number 10 car. That Solpec car. Been up and down the field all throughout tonight, but he's looking to peak at the right time past the halfway mark. He's put on some moves. He's now in P2 and has a 6/10 of a second gap between himself and your race leader.
17 on the leading lap. James Mendez is the one at the back of the field, with then Joe Thompson and Jacob Klein as they look to fend for themselves on lap 291 here of 500. Slightly defensive line into the corner by Zach Range. That brings Pelletier into play. And on the back of this group, Xavier Sanchez. And desperately trying to join this group right now is the ever incomparably quick number 2 of Patrick Moose. Hello Kitty wants to join the party in the race lead once again, and knows that he's got to just try and find some way of joining. And it might be the defensive nature that is being shown here by Zach Range that holds this group up and brings more to the party.
Yeah, everybody has got an invite to this party. Everybody's trying to have some fun. Now, whether or not they're raiding the drinks cabinet or exactly what the deal is remains to be determined. But either way, it is a rager up at the front. All of these competitors putting on a darn good battle, giving us quite the spectacle here in this iRacing special event. When it comes to the MX-500, we always expect some drama, and we've most certainly got it up to this point, from great racing to some rather interesting looking collisions. A little bit of beef throughout this race. Strategy playing a huge role in it as well. This has been a brilliant event up to this point, and we've still got so much racing left to go.
Well, we started racing in sim time at about 8 p.m. in the evening. By the time we get done at current rate here, we're going to be knocking on the witching hour here at midnight. So this is going to be a tough race to go. A little tag then for Brad Newman, and there's traffic on the exit. That's going to make life difficult. That is going to be Stefan Hounzinger, who's 40 laps adrift at this moment in the race, trying to just get a finish first and foremost. This opens the door up then on Newman for Zach Range to get this pass, and the last thing you want is suddenly to get too wide because of the traffic.
Yeah, and side-by-side battling, as we have talked at length on this broadcast already, is a terrifying situation to find yourself in here at Martinsville. This is a small racetrack, and even with these smaller cars, it can still get very claustrophobic for the drivers on the bottom with no room to go, or the drivers on the top. It's even more dangerous when you make it 3 wide in this battle. Look at all of this. These racers clearly do not fear death.
There's a little bit of argy-bargy in the rear of the field between Samuel Wright and Lee Olsen. We stay green out there on track at the moment, so there was a lot to try and deal with, but critically, movements being made in the right places. Vilazinski now a little bit back in this one, sees Brad Newman dropping back. Ekenog again making good progress. It's Pelletier now that he'll try and focus his way through as we head to lap 300, and the launch down the inside then by Clint Ekenog is going to be enough to not get clearance, because all of the drivers are up on that top line. That is the equivalent of a car length each straight.
It is still so frenetic in this battle. You got drivers duking it out turn after turn. Newman dropping down. I think in the short run, that number 4 machine is very fast. As we get a little bit farther along in these stints, though, we start to see that car drop down like a stone thrown into a pond. So we look at him trying to hold on to P6 and hope that he doesn't get overtaken by the likes of Walensky. And you look at Xavier Sanchez a little bit farther behind. Patrick Moose, he's about a tenth, about 1.5 seconds, nearly I say 1.5 seconds, about 1 second, in fact, between himself and Sanchez for P8 and P9. But Newman may have to worry about the racers behind him sooner rather than later.
And we talk about how these drivers are able to hold themselves. The short stint run has been good. They've gone about 50 laps we're heading towards in terms of this stint. The moment that they start ticking over 50 laps, you have to start looking down at the tyres and saying, how are you managing them? Because this car has a tendency to like to slide, to see the rear get loose into these corners. And the moment that you are starting to get a car that feels loose, this isn't the case where you can just jump in and gain that time. We haven't seen a single green flag pit stop over the course of this race so far.
And that's another point that you raised there, Jake. As much as we've talked at length about the drama out there on the racetrack, what could make or break the race could be what happens heading down pit lane. When do you come down into the pits to make that stop? How exactly do you tackle it all? There are so many permutations that are running through these racers' heads to figure out what's going to work, but never mind the pit stops. We have got ourselves 2x2 racing up at the front. Farron Lowendick battling for the race lead as Ekenog and Range battle for third.
Yep, so it's Ekenog on the inside, it's Ted Lowendick on the inside for Solpek then, trying to get this move, and Felix Ferrer is doing everything right there on that outside line to hold that station. Range in deep there in third, gets a little bit of a nibble onto Ekenog on the outside, and so now as they go 2x2, hurrah, hurrah for Ted Lowendick, who makes the pass and takes the race lead for the first time.
Yeah, that 10 car has always been up towards the front in this race, even in the points of time where he's dropped down a little bit. He's always been a driver that we've kept tabs on as wheel-to-wheel contact between Ekenog and Range. He's going to drop down as look at Peltier trying to get involved in that as well.
He's trying to get to the inside. He's fighting for space. He's fought hard for it, and he's got it. Will he get the run off the exit, though? They're going to have to be side by side as they work themselves through, and a big move comes along from Brad Newman. Now bringing himself into play. Pelletier moves up to third, and Brad here is thinking, right, top 5 time, let's go.
Yeah, these racers are really starting to duke it out, even more so than they already have. Newman looking to make up some time, Range looking to make up some time, trying to chase down the drivers a little bit farther up the road and shake off the challenge from the 16 to 27 right behind like a bad case of the fleas. Those two have slowly but surely been reeling it in. They've been keeping it calm, cool, and collected, but it's only a matter of time as look at Farah go for the dive on Lowendick for the race lead.
Easy pass done. Ted's going to get a run, but he's boxed as he looks through. Pelletier there is the coverage that's needed, and then Matt Pelletier works the low line, and it figures off again in terms of the pass. So Lowendick first to third in the space of a lap, and it could be fourth in a lap and a half because there's the big lunge from Clint Ekenol looking to go and get this pass. Is this going to be 3 in a row? Tag of the wall by Lowendick. I think it is.
How quickly things can change here at Martinsville, going from battling for the race lead to dropping down to fourth. Lowendick and Aftapos nose back to the grind zone to make up those spots. May have the opportunity to jump into third as he's on the outside of Ekenog, as right in front, Farah and Pelletier briefly battled for the race lead. They were side by side. They're going to duke it out once again. Look at those two swapping sides as they head their way down into 3 and 4. It's getting really dicey.
And they're going to be a little concerned about traffic soon because James Mendez is the first bit of it at 16 seconds off the race lead. So they've got that. Olsen and Wimbley also changing places at the moment. That's down for 11th and 12th places on the road. Big block being thrown. Now, we don't see that this often. That's the first real block we've seen, lap 3:11.
Yeah, I gotta wonder whether or not the fact that these racers will have to worry about lap traffic in the not too far off future could be the reason why we are beginning to see these competitors get oh so racy, oh so aggressive. Contact being made. Pelletier getting into the back of Farah. Maybe some damage on the other left side, actually the right side, my apologies, of the front bumper of that number 23 car. Looked like there was a bit of a tweak. It looked like it shifted down shortly thereafter, so may have gone away with one there, but these racers are playing with fire up at the front, whether it be that battle for the race lead between Farah and Pelletier, whether it be the race that Ekenog has been going on up to this point, or whether it be the up and down nature of Lowendick's race. All of these competitors are ranking up the aggression. They're cutting shapes like it's going out of style.
Well, at the moment, they know that they've got to do what they can, and the front is starting to coagulate back together. Vilazinski and Sanchez, who dangle off the back of this group, know that they'll bring Patrick Moose to the fray. They might bring Nathan Barrows if they're not careful. The top 10 have broken the rest of the pack by about 7 seconds, and that's wide by Pelletier. So Ferrer gets what he wants. Ekenog now will get the chance to push down to the inside, and that will be enough to transit up to second.
Yeah, and Ekenog, we've seen him go up and down the field throughout this race and will still be on this upward swing. He goes for it down into turn number 3 and 4 at Pelletier, trying to hold on to that spot, but he loses out on second. Maybe he'll lose out on third too, as look at Ted Lowendick on the inside of him, heading down into 1 and 2 in that 10 car. Lowendick trying to make up some time after losing out on it a little bit earlier on in this stint of the race. It is still super, super tough racing between these competitors as they're side by side once again. That now is Pelletier feeling the pressure from Range and also Brad Newman, who's got to try and clear him off into 1 and 2.
5 laps ago, you were fighting for the race lead. Now you're back in 6th place, and suddenly it's a cold bucket of water that brings you back to reality here. And Ekenog now having to look high because Ferrer is defending the line down on the inside. He's not making life easy. It is costing exits. Newman gets no drive through the middle of the corner, and suddenly that group now becomes 4 and 4, 4 and 5 even if you want to call it there, with Moose now joining the back.
I think we are starting to see a bit of a breakaway form, that gap growing. As you can see, that was Econog and Fair kind of chasing each other's tails down into 3 and 4. He's now going to try and jump into the race lead. This has been a race where everybody catches the tide. They either shift their way up to the front or slide their way back. Right now, Econog on that upward swing as he's going to try and get that move done on Fair. So close to making contact is looking low, and Dick making a 3 wide on the bottom. Heading off into 4, a dive from range, contact being made with himself in the 21, as it's now Lowendick battling with Ferrer.
Rush hour's just hit, and there's a big look to the inside. Oh, hip check there for Econog, who's now going to drop 2 places. He'll look at Zach Range on that one and say, where are you and going? There as they went through. A check down onto the bottom, and Range just gave it back.
Yeah, so the boot scoot boogie going on, heading down into the turn. Let's take a look at this. The slide, the contact being made off through 3 and 4. That was a little bit of a precursor to what would happen just a few moments ago. Big hip check heading down in there. I don't think that was really necessary from Econog, but he gets shown the door, gets slid up the racetrack off into the blacktop with the marbles up there. I was very lucky that he kept it out of the barrier there. I was fully expecting that to potentially be a yellow, but now with 180 laps left to go, the gloves are starting to get taken off all throughout this field.
Moose now up to 8th. He's through on Weilazinski. Lowendick and Ferrer up at the front of this pack. Zach Range is in 3rd. Pelletier in 4th. And then it is Clint Econog who will now have to work to get back to range as tempers start to flare, as the late night now starts to cool around. But it is sweltering right now in the bullring of what we've got of racing action here in Martinsville.
And bullring is the way to describe it for sure. These racers have been seeing red all throughout it. Even if there's not a single speck of red on the race cars that they're battling with, they've been seeing red. Getting to the point now where we get closer and closer to the end, the aggression begins to build. These racers go for moves that they wouldn't have gone for a matter of even 50 or 100 laps ago, let alone at the very start. And I'm sure we can say exactly the same thing in about 170 laps. Once we get into the final 10, we're going to say, man, we thought that it was aggressive back on lap 300. Man, oh man, how exciting will it be at the end of lap 500? It's going to be action-packed. It already has been action-packed. These competitors starting to feel the burn of their rivals. And we also have to worry about the tire fall-off as well. We are far enough along into a stint whereby these cars are going to be handling less so like finely tuned race cars and more so like sacks of flour being thrown down a flight of stairs.
Fuel tanks as well will need to be managed at this stage of the race. This is the look from the rear of your race leader, Felix Ferrer, who is keeping himself steady, who knows that this race is going to have to be reliant on being very, very patient with 175 laps to go. They just will tick off now, lap 326. This is about, okay, I can hold the front, but what am I doing to try and hold that front of the field? The group needs to work together because they know that they've built a wonderful margin over the rest of the top 10. So they don't want this one to extend out, as here comes the look from Pelletier down the inside of Zach Range. This one for 3rd.
Yeah, once again, the battling going on up at the front. You know how we said not too long ago that there was a bit of a break and all of the drama and chaos that's broken out as of recent? We really don't have a breakaway of those top 4. The side-by-side racing with Pelletier and Range maybe going to allow these front 2 to drive off into the sunset as everybody else stacks up a little bit farther behind. That right there is Farah and Lower Dick holding on to P1 and P2 as Pelletier and Range continue to duke it out for 3rd. You look at the likes of Brad Newman and Clint Econog. They're going to try and reel those racers in and apply some even more pressure to the back of them as if they aren't under a pressure cooker situation right now. Look at Pelletier taking that interesting line, heading out of 1 and 2 to try and cover off the challenge from the inside. Zach Range has been very aggressive throughout this stage of the race. I think Pelletier trying to cover that off, and here comes Ferrier and Lowendick battling now.
Lowendick top side, searching for drive off the banking to get the launch off of the exit here, and it's a very early cover by Felix Ferrer. He doesn't want anybody down his inside to work and gain that pass. He knows as well that likes of Brad Newman has been very aggressive in the way that he's passed Clint Econog. They've got a Porsche All-Star in the group in Javier Sanchez, who has timed his run very beautifully out there. They've only got half a straight or 2/3 of a straight to try and chase down to the black group of Joe Thompson, Justin Melillo, and James Mendez here. So they're also looking at that going, well, if we're catching the traffic at the back too, that's going to give life very much new meaning to how they figure this out, and patience is going to be personified at this moment as Ferrer gets himself a little bit of cool right up to the bumper. Defensive line again taken, moves into the second to last lane, then just to fend off that move. It's very economical in the way the defenses start to be had, and Econog is starting to fall off the back here as it's race on for the lead. It's race on for 6th and 7th as it's Xavier Sanchez now trying to see if he's got a lane. He doesn't. Ted Lowendick to the lead.
Yeah, Lowendick on that upswing now, jumping into the race lead. Will he be able to clear him, though, as they head their way down into 3 and 4? Will Ferris slip back in tow? I believe he will. Doesn't have to worry about that. Instead, he's got to worry about Peltier maybe applying some pressure here side by side for those 2 spots. He's stuck on the high side. No room to work with for Ferry. Either has to make this move stick or he's going to get shuffled back. Who's going to prevail in all of this battling? Let's just see, as Lowendick still parking the bus on that inside lane. The 23 of Peltier now going side by side with the 5. This is a battle for P2 at the moment. Lowendick finally clears him. The 5 now has to worry about where he can slip back in tow. That bottom lane, oh so vital here at Martinsville. You need to stick with it for as long as you can, even if you want to go for a move on the high side. Even if you have such a quick race car, especially lap traffic, it can still be a bit of a tough ask. Ferrer, who's been oh so dominant in this race with a very good handling on this MX-5, now under the pressure.
He knows how tough this is. He's going to get a little shuffle out through the middle of the corner as we look on the bottom of your screen with the Hello Kitty car then of Patrick Moose, who eyes up both the likes of Xavier Sanchez and Clint Econog, and again, movements there. Welcome to the freight train, Felix, because there's Zach Range, who's now going to make it a USA 1-2-3 as they work themselves over the stripe and now into 1 and 2 once again. So clearance is there, the Belgian in 4th, the Aussie in 5th, and then you got Econog, Sanchez and Moose, who are looking to try and mop up everything else, move down the inside. Ferrer trying to work the outside line. He'll get back into line now, and he might need a couple laps to hold it, but very interesting to see Zach Range as defensive as he is.
Yeah, Zach Range, he's usually been on the offense throughout a decent chunk of this stage of the race. He's been going for the aggressive moves, he's been going for the dives, but now trying to hold on to any sort of spot that he can. P3 would be a darn good result for a racer that up until a matter of about 100, 150 laps ago, I didn't really talk about him too much. Range has more or less come out of nowhere here in this race to jump up into P3. Keep an eye on him to see what he can do between now and the checkered, as Ferrer and Brad Newman now duking it out for the final 2 spots in the top 5.
They get a bit chipper between them again, a little bit of contact there for Brad Newman. Dwayne Drummond dives into the pits and the outside line is going to work. Caution comes out though, and it's a big one at the back. It looks like it's caught out the New Zealander there, and Charles Wimbley, I think, has been caught up too. So Wimbley will look around. He's got into the back of Sam Wright, and that will bring out the caution with 161 to go.
And another long green flag run comes to a conclusion as we have got a vast majority of the field coming down pit lane. Ted Lowendick leading them down. Peltier, Range, Ferrer, many other competitors, pretty much all the top 10 and more coming into pit lane.
Well, they've gone long enough. Here's Charles Wimbley. He was looking at the inside line. He was thinking, how do I get there? And you dangle the possibility through, and then effectively there comes the rest of the train. Econog will get an end of line. That will hurt. And Samuel Wright, I think, will say that went all wrong.
Yeah, that was a messy moment heading down into 1 and 2. You kind of expect something like that as we get farther along in this race. So drivers going for some more aggressive and optimistic moves, shall we say. Gonna see those small little bits of drama be a bit more commonplace as we get farther along. But looking at these races coming down pit lane, who's going to shake out where? It's not going to be a very good run through the pits for Econog, as he's obviously going to have to drop down to the back of the pack. That's a stinger for him. That is really going to affect him and give us one heck of a storyline on this restart, but that is going to be a huge mountain to climb.
And speaking of storylines, imagine waiting near enough in terms of that, almost 90 laps to get a caution to come out for you. Matthew Bird finally got his lucky dog.
Imagine being in that position if you are Matthew Bird, just saying, you know what? I think this yellow's never going to come out in a very hectic race. And then finally that yellow comes. It is going to be music to his ears. He jumps back into a good spot. And we saw that 20 car show a lot of speed earlier on. Now, unless that car has just turned to absolute garbage and he's not going to be able to show nearly as much pace as he showed earlier on, which I doubt would happen, I think we got to keep tabs on that number 20 car to maybe be a force to be reckoned with as we get farther along in this race.
Matt Pelletier has come out with the race lead then after the stops. Ted Lowendick will be second and Felix Ferreira will be third. A big boost for Patrick Moose, who will jump up to fourth, and the pace car will take that lunge down into pit lane, which means it will be a case of Solpek versus the Hooters car then to make that progress. Pelletier, Lowendick, Ferreira, Moose and Newman, your top five. Green flag in the air, 157 remaining. Matthew Bird with a black flag again.
Oh, that is a big kick in the shins after working at it for so long to try and pick up that lucky dog. He's now going to be the unlucky dog, gets kicked when he's already just trying to get up.
Caution!
Heartbreaker for him.
Oh, and they're going to junk up at the front because of it. Massive incident that catches out. A caution at the back and everyone junks at the front.
On how many top runners were involved in that? I think Farah got a piece of that drama. The 21 of Eknolo got involved in that as well. Everybody got a piece of that drama up at the front. That is a huge incident for your front runners.
Pelletier got a tap, but it starts in 1 and 2. 3 wide as they walked into the middle of the corner. Who is it on the exit that ends up wrong place, wrong time? And the turnaround that's there, it's on the middle of the straight. I think it's Sanchez who lunges down to the inside. The caution comes out, and look at it, everybody jumps on in, and there's nothing that you can do there. Pelletier and co are all caught up in the middle of it, and it was a case of who got away with it rather than who wasn't involved.
Yeah, heartbreaker for all that. Pelletier gonna be walking out of that with a very sour-looking race car. Here's an interesting stop from Lowendick in the number 10 machine. Just saw him lead the field down in pit lane not too long ago. Ferreira also coming down into the pits in the number 5 machine. He's out and away. The 10 spending a lot more time down in the pits than he probably had in mind.
I think Jacob Klein and co needing to make stops as well, as they were all trying to avoid. So the caution came out, then the spin. So I am wondering here if someone got spun around. It was originally Stefan Hounzinger who spun out of 1 and 2 that threw the caution, and then everything basically devolved into pandemonium. So the quick caution after that makes that number 20 of the day, as they have been sorting themselves out. But Brad Newman now having control of the field, and this will be a big race for the majority of the pack to hold themselves together. So Pelletier here, as he was working through, dives into the corner, gets loose in the middle. You can see the car just try and break away from him, and then you can see Ferreira nowhere to go, Vilazinski nowhere on the outside, just about scraping through that because there was another spin that was out there for Ekolg Econog, who was stuck out there. Just about jumping through was Barrows, and so now the field sets themselves out. Brad Newman, Patrick Moose, and then the Porsche All-Star, Heike 360S, Xavier Sanchez, then in third. It's all gearing up then for what will be 152 laps to go as they get themselves into line and fight incredibly hard to work for what they need to. We know that Matthew Bird, who's in the middle of this, will still need to serve his penalty out there for a jump start on the last run through. But with 152 to go, it's Newman, it's Moose, it's Sanchez, it's Green, it's go. Lovely launch then through the corner as Brad Newman looks at Patrick Moose, and he's got the jump he's wanted. Ferreira getting the rare feat of getting by Xavier Sanchez on the restart. He was on the inside of row 2, making it work. Still 17 on the leading lap. So they've been able to continue to give each other exactly what they want out there in this race, and just about enough progress. Single file it will be through the majority until you go all the way back to Ted Lowendick and Nathan Barrows 11th and 12th.
And it nearly ended in disaster for some races a little bit farther behind. I believe it was Joe Thompson and Jacob Klein in the 12 and 13 cars respectively that got involved in their own little tussle, heading onto the back straightaway just after we got the race back up and rolling. That could have ended in tears. Saw that car mega sideways as there's a little bit of bumper car action heading all through there. Now side by side between Range and Sanchez. Who's going to win out in this battle for fourth? It's going to be Range for now, but Sanchez still closing in.
Yep, so Sanchez then dropping at fourth place. Here comes Ferrer to the inside of the second place there. Now, I'm not sure they're going to let that one go easy. Patrick Moose giving what he can in the Hello Kitty car at the moment. A little friendly wave into the corner, just gets the clearance done. What a big save that is.
Yeah, that could have ended in catastrophe. That huge slide coming out of the turns. The handling so vital here. Just want to quickly touch, as we've talked about, the night fading away for these racers. Ferrer maybe going to try and get a move done on Moose heading down into 1 and 2. He goes for the dive. Just wanted to touch on the fact that the track temps still right about the same that they have been throughout the vast majority of this race. 80 Fahrenheit, 27 Celsius. So it's not like these racers are having to worry about ice cool track conditions. I think these tires just getting to the point where they're starting to slide around a heck of a lot more as Ferrer and Moose continue to duke it out in this battle for P2.
And give some credit for those in and around that top 10. James Mendez in the top 10. Malillo's found himself into the top 10 again. Lee Olsen trying to make some progress here in this field too. He's just got his battles on with Nathan Barrows at the moment. You just don't want to be on the wrong side of the divide. We talk about it a lot. This is a short track circuit, so it will have a short track style feel, even though it is what is effectively half a mile in terms of how you go. This is going to be one of these tracks where if you miss the break, it's gone until you get another caution. A little look then from Patrick Moose as we take this perspective from the back then on the top of your screen of Felix Ferrer.
And you bring up a great point there, Jake, talking about the opportunities for these racers to hitch a ride up to the front and have things go their way. It's like trying to catch a train that comes once every 2 hours. You miss it and you're done. You got to get that opportunity, be there at the station before the train arrives, and get on well before it leaves. Who will be able to do that in the final 144 laps is left to be determined. Well, we've got some very quick racers up in the front. They've been involved in their fair share of drama. Don't get us wrong. However, we have still got ourselves some top running racers up in the front. They're going to give us a good show to talk about, regardless of how the strategy works out, regardless of what chaos may break out. We have still got ourselves a darn good race here at Martinsville.
So the next question I will ask to you right now, as they sort themselves out and a little bit of calm descends over the group as Econog threw on Malillo back there for 7th and 8th place. The question I ask to you, how does this mindset change when we tick to double-figure laps to go?
Oh, it'll feel like the sun is rising. Everything will start to feel nice. You'll feel like, okay, yes, I've finally gone to this stage of the race. And then you're going to probably have somebody dive down the inside of you, and you're going to think, oh, right, we're racing. We're not just making it to the very end. When we get into the double digits of laps left, I can best describe it. These racers are going to catch what I would probably describe as a runner's high. They're going to be like, oh, yes, I'm finally getting to the end. I just need to go on this final push. But everybody's going to do that the exact same time. They're going to feel big in their britches, to invoke a little bit of 1940s radio diction. They're all going to try and go for the moves. They're going to go for the dives, go for the sends. They're going to be a bit more aggressive. They'll see that checkered flag coming up in the not too far off future, and they will know that there is only a finite amount of time left to go. Once we get off into double digits, it is going to feel really, really serious, as if it hasn't already in this race. That will be the point where these racers think, oh crap, I actually have a race to go out here and try and win.
Well, we will apologise for any industrial language there, but critically, Lowendick is there, Toaster in the middle of all of it, Econog too. It's 5 clear at the front of this field, and knowing that those 5 are sat there and saying, right, we've got roughshod over everyone else. They've pulled 1.5 over Samuel Wright, who's got all the responsibility right now of closing onto the back of this group.
Yeah, And we're starting to see these racers begin to strategize in their own cockpits, as well as actually when to push, when to go for these moves. You want to peak at the right time in this race for sure. However, how exactly you go about that, how these racers go about it, will change from cockpit to cockpit, from car to car. Who goes for the moves when will be determined in the not too far off future, but I know these racers are starting to think about when they should pounce here. I can imagine that underneath the helmets of all of these racers, behind their steering wheels, they are running the permutations through their head thinking, okay, when do I really start to push this issue? Do I just decide to take it easy for now and maybe push a little bit later on? Or am I going to try and be ahead of the curve, beat the traffic, so to speak, as beating the side of the car, Brad Newman gets sent up the road?
That is not what he wanted. Ferrer was into the corner. Newman tried to pinch. He left a bit too much there. He would have thought he'd had control of the corner by how far ahead he was. Ferrer says, no, I'm in the lead. You're now down in fifth.
And that right there was the old Martinsville boot out of the way. Even in these MX-5s, they may not be the stock cars that usually run around here. Got to still run the same play calls. And that's what happened there. Contact being made. We're getting to the point where these racers are going to ring up the aggression even more. We've seen the physical nature of this racetrack. We've seen the physical nature of this race. Lots of yellows, I believe 20 at this current moment. So we've still got so long left to go. And now that the pay window is beginning to open and that line is starting to form, everybody wants to be at the top of it. And everybody will do everything in their power to try and do it. Also playing a little bit of mind games with these races, as we see Patrick Moose get oh so close to the back of Ferrer, trying to block and occupy his rearview mirror as much as possible and get into the head of that number 5 car right in front.
In front of them is Dwayne Drummond, who I believe is going to take himself down into the pits. He's 54 laps down. That's the way he's going to avoid the leaders out there. He'll look around in front. They've got Nelson 13 laps down, as there's a black flag for Drummond coming into the pits. Houndzinger, who is there in front, 41 laps adrift, and then 98 laps adrift, Lachlan Frank. So all that group try to continue on, and it's a case now of get your tyres, get your fuel, and continue on with this one. 1, 2, and 3 then at the front of this field. Ferrer, Moose, and Range, and then at the moment Sanchez and Newman trying to hold themselves steady, but they are just about in holding pattern at the moment, and that's okay for them right now, because it's not about what they do now, it's what they do in the final stages of the race.
Ooh, as here we go, that's Patrick Moose still trying to rattle the cage of the 5 car a little bit. Contact being made all through 3 and 4. He nearly thought about going for the move out of it, but Patrick Moose starting to apply this pressure. Zach Range starting to apply the pressure as well. All of these competitors trying to get into each other's heads. We talked about the mental side of things as we get into the final 100 laps. We also have to think about the mental side of things for these competitors before then. They're going to try and get in each other's head. Mind games are always so strong in a race where you got to be mentally strong to be there at the very end. A race at Martinsville, 500 laps in length, can usually be a little bit mentally clawing, as here comes Moose on the dive with Ferrer.
So Moose making that launch then for the inside. We'll look to confirm this one through 3 and 4. And then on lap 372, Moose has fought himself back into control in this field. Ekanol in a scrap then for 6th place with Samuel Wright, the New Zealander, out there. And the move confirms itself. Here comes Zach Range now to bring himself into position, but Ferrer with another late dive to the inside with only a car length to work with. He gets it. Nelson in the wall with damage required.
As we hope that everything's all right there, we see Range going to make a 3 wide off into turn number 1. I was just going to say that Felix Ferrer, he has been a very tenacious driver ever since the drop of the green flag. If there's anybody all throughout this field that has been the hardest to overtake, it has been that driver, the number 5 car. But as we got lap traffic now getting involved in this battle as well, I wonder who's going to prevail in this side-by-side fight with Range all over the back of both of those cars right in front. He keeps sticking it to maybe go 3 wide, and it always gives me a slight pang of anxiety, but no, he never really actually goes for it off into the turns, at least for now.
No, he never gets enough of a run to make a committed move, and I think it's quite clever out there. And what we're hearing from Robert Nelson, the black flag came out for 359 laps on the right front. It was a puncture that's got him sorted out there. So Patrick's in play. Xavier Sanchez now starting to sniff as it's 5 at the front again.
Absolute pandemonium breaking out at the front of the field. Who's going to be the next to take a dive on who? Let's just find out. Range going to jump up into that race lead now. Moose and Ferrer side by side as they come onto the back straightaway. Look at Brad Newman now cutting shapes. He goes down the inside of Xavier Sanchez as they head their way off into 3 and 4. This is absolute frenetic racing. These competitors are applying more and more pressure to their rivals with every passing lap. Awesome to see from our perspective here in the broadcast booth. Certainly unnerving for these racers behind the wheel. The tension has never been higher, and we've still got 123 laps left to go.
It's 5 in the first group. It looks bigger, that second group, but there's a few lap cars in it. It's then the next 5 of Ekenog, Lowendick, Wright, Olsen, and Melillo. That's your top 10. It's 2 packs of 5 chasing against each other, and a look then for second, which will be for third, as Brad Newman gets the launch then on Felix Ferrer. Ferrer will get enough room on the exit now to try and scrap himself back into place to try and hold it, but that outside line, that second lane, is difficult to work to get it sorted. But if you got 2 cars in front and 1 behind giving you tow, you're in luck. But here comes Sanchez now trying to peek that nose down to the inside. He's not going to get there. Newman's still trying to fend off for third as they let the top 2 run.
Yeah, those top 2 trying to drive off into the sunset. The battle for third still very much intense behind these racers. Who's going to win out in that? Will anybody win out, or are they both going to be losers as that gap continues to grow? Look at Sanchez thought about going at 3 wide down the front stretch into 1 and 2. Keep an eye on that number 27 car to maybe make a lunge at it. I think, Jake, you could probably speak more about the driver of that number 27 car than I can, but he has proven himself to be a very formidable contender in this MX-500.
Yeah, he drives in pretty much everything out there, does Xavier Sanchez. He does old, he does new, he does anything that sets his heart a fancy. And he's someone who has driven in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup as part of the All-Star Series that they put on for all of their creators. And so he's done brilliantly. And now Moose with control, attacks Zach Range. Newman trying to nibble at the heels on the inside. Can't get quite what he wants. Gets a good run off the exit. Now we're getting busy. Big power move all the way down. Goes Mr. Brad Newman. Oh my goodness me, big hip check as well. Zach Range, 1st to 5th in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I think Range briefly popped up the inside wheels off the deck as they're 3 wide once again into 3 and 4. This time it's Sanchez, Ferrer, and Moose duking it out. That's for P2 as Newman starts to drive off into the sunset. It is broken out here up in the front. You know how we said it was 2 distinct packs up towards the north end of the field? Well, it's all one giant hornet's nest. Look at that field of cars as they head their way down the backstretch into 3 and 4. Newman leads over Ferrer, over Sanchez. That's Moose dropping down now into 6th. Got a move put on him by Acknowledge and Range. Look at the wiggle there from Range.
He got Moose there in the rear, and Range now fighting Ekenog, who has been doing all of the donkey work to bring this group back together, and the top 3 now start to yield. A look here from Range as he did get popped up on 2 wheels here. 1, 2, 3 wide, and then 1, 2, 3 up on the air, and he's done well to keep that pointing in a straight line. A lot of drivers would lose out. 3 clear now at the front, and Range really needs to deal with this one. Clint Ekenog on the outside is trying what he can to make it work, but look at them. They are dropping time now to that top 3 who are playing together nicely.
Yeah, I know, considering the chaos and pandemonium that we have seen, the fact that the top 3 are basically sitting around as if they're sipping on a latte inside of a coffee shop right next to a bookstore reading a magazine, they're so tame up at the front compared to the chaos that's breaking on right behind. It's exactly what I said. They're sipping a latte inside of a coffee shop. Meanwhile, outside of the coffee shop, there's just absolute madness going on. People are doing Zoom. People are just throwing each other around. It is pure unbridled madness. It's basically like the nice little quaint coffee shop in the parking lot of a store as it's Black Friday shopping going on, the actual retail store, with drivers throwing bare knuckle fists at each other, trying to punch one out of the way to make sure they can get the half price deal on flat screen TVs.
Well, move made, Felix Ferrer to the race lead. David Toaster on the back of this. I think you can agree with this one here in terms of how they sit and they scrap for the race lead. With these top 9 that are working this aggressively at this moment in time here, right now, Ron, David Toaster's just at the back with the phone out going, World Star!
Yeah, that's basically what's going on. I'll tell you what, I have never had more flashbacks in my time in middle and high school in the city of Philadelphia than I am having right now. This is madness. We are seeing drivers just punch each other around as if it's no big deal, while the book club is just running off away, trying to get to their next meeting at the library. This is madness. It's awesome to see from our perspective in the broadcast booth. These racers, though, are seeing red.
Xavier Sanchez now looking for a move to go to second place. Felix Ferrer on the outside, on the bottom of your screen. We're there with Samuel Wright, who looked like he was going to be day done about 100 laps ago when he got turned around, but he's fought himself back with Lowendick, and now Lee Olsen throwing the block, and that might break the group up again. If Lee Olsen starts playing so defensive at this point, yeah, you might want to hold your place, but remember, Lowendick's quick. He can keep the pace of those in front of Moose and Ekanol.
I'm still going to keep my eyes on that number 10 car of Ted Lowendick. He has been up towards the front throughout a decent chunk of this race, putting in some good performances, and even with the chaos breaking on around him, that number 10 car is still one that I want to keep my eyes on. Lee Olsen, meanwhile, he has had a rather standout performance, and that car, it's kind of tough to keep your eyes off it based off the fact that it looks so rumpled up, but he's still running at a good spot too, giving Lowendick a challenge on the high side as they head their way off through 1 and 2.
Ted Lowendick then trying to get the clearance as Moose and Ekanol go at it again for 5th and 6th places, and it's Hello Kitty losing out to the Crayola car there of Clint Ekanol, who moves himself into place once again. A look at Lee Olsen, tags the wall, tags Lowendick, and Lowendick gets the move a couple laps later for making that one work. Brad Newman, the Aussie, up there in front. A very good history in oval racing. His results in ANSCAR speak numbers out to me. He's a very good all-rounder and a dab hand as well when it comes to a V8 supercar. Someone like, I don't know, Shane Van Gisbergen comes to mind.
Yeah, those V8 supercars are, I mean, we talked at length about how the MX-5 can train you on iRacing. The V8 supercar is basically iRacing's equivalent of boot camp. You go into that car, you can learn a whole lot about how you can run a race car at the ragged edge of control. That's also a car that very much so like trying to tame a bear. If it goes well, you have a nice cuddly friend. If it goes poorly, you're probably going to have your face ripped off.
Yeah, I don't know a car on this service quite like what you have with a V8 supercar, because you get understeer and oversteer at the same time. It is one of the toughest things to try and pilot around out there, and if you can manage that, you can manage just about anything that iRacing throws at you. But for the moment, it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 in the train, with David Toaster on the back trying to run. Matt Pelletier is discarded off the back, and James Mendez is 13 seconds off the race lead. Matthew Bird currently will get a lucky dog, and he needs 2 cautions to find the leading lap. He has spent the second half of this race the wrong side of Lady Luck, but as they now start to figure out where they are, they've got the traffic of Lachlan Frank to get by next as your leaders as they inch towards 100 laps to go.
Yeah, and getting to that fateful double-digit mark of laps left, then we're going to see a change, a noticeable change of how these racers tackle it. I said a little bit earlier on how exactly these racers' mentality is going to have a complete shift once we do see that 99 to go graphic pop up. These racers have probably been targeting it, usually when it comes to lengthy races, whether it be in the endurance side of things with the likes of the Daytona, Le Mans, Spa, or Nürburgring 24, whether it be even in some shorter races like the Petit Le Mans, the Sebring 12, or even a race like this with the MX-500, racers usually have their own little goals that they try and strive towards. Say, okay, here's my benchmark, here's my checkpoint, here's checkpoint 1, checkpoint 2, I know that I'm doing good here, I know that I'm doing all right here. Then really entering the final 100 laps, that's usually the last checkpoint of one of these sort of races. These racers will know that with 99 to go here next time by, they have a race on their hands and the opportunity to score an iRacing special event win.
Well, it's interesting with the traffic because you got one up top and one you're trying to chase. So hold yourself in line, steady in this main group. Patrick Moose is having kittens trying to get by Clint Ekenog. He's had 2 taps of his rear going through, and they clear both lots of traffic as they go through the first group. Second group now jumps up on the top side with Stefan Hounslinger, the Austrian, there on the outside, who's going to have to leave the room to everybody to go through, using good etiquette to run on that outside line, which is what you normally tend to expect, that traffic or the fastest line or the fastest cars go to the low side to make it work. But look at the split that's there now of 9/10 of a second. Zach Range is the back of that group, and here comes Felix Ferrer down to the inside. Thank you, he says. Brad Newman's back to second, and Xavier Sanchez now wants a piece.
Yeah, Ferrer, gotta say thank you very much for opening that door. I'm gonna take your hospitality quite well. And now look at Xavier Sanchez feeling the pressure from Zach Range side by side as they head their way off through there. A meatball flag for Robert Nelson. He's had a pretty rough race in that race car, gonna drop down even more. But as we ride on board with your race leader of Ferrer, this is going to be a hotly contested battle to the end. These front 4 have broken off and starting to drive off into the sunset at 9/10 of a second to get to the cars behind.
It's going to be Ekenog, who'd been threatened twice by leaving himself late into the corner. He has seen that dive time and again by Patrick Moose, and third time's the charm. Caution comes out just on the eclipse of 100 gone.
And right as I was going to say, the fact that the number 21 car found himself in a Hornet's Nest right behind that front pack fight, that's exactly what breaks out. Contacting down into 1 and 2. The classic Martinsville stack up on the brakes, and down the gears they went, and around goes Ekenog. Let's see as they had their way off through there. Contact the Hello Kitty car, punting him into a spin, and the 21 going to slide around. He's had a very tough race. Very, very tough for him ever since the drop of the green flag. But never mind the tough race that he's had. He's going to stay out as pretty much everybody else in the top 10 comes down pit lane.
Oh, bold call, and this will be to try and get another run as they go through. So when you sit and say, what do you need this race to be? You need this race to be as aggressive as you can. You need placement at the front of this pack, and that is what is gathered up here by Clint. He knows he wants to be at the front of this group. He doesn't want to be in a position where he has to really focus on what everyone else is doing. In fact, he'll get an extra lap. So what he's trying to do here is, okay, I'll go by the first time, but then I'll come into the pits, get my service, and I've got 1 lap fresher tyres on everyone else. So this is a distinct advantage call as they go, and leaving the pits a very interesting place because Ted Lowendick and Lee Olsen get the jump on it. They were right back in the pack, which makes me think they only took 2.
So fascinating to see what sort of strategy calls may be the popular ones as we get to the end. Which ones may work, which ones may not, as we take a look at the contact being made, heading off into the turn. Patrick Moose going for the dive. He's had an up and down race in that number 2 car. Tried to go for a move a bit on the aggressive end, down into 1, and contact being made that sends him around. Unfortunate for Clint Ekenog as he is now down in the pit lane, dropping down the running order as a result. It's been 2 drivers with very, very exciting races. Exciting from our perspective, maybe a little bit frustrating from theirs, as all throughout they've seemingly had a lot of falling anvils come down to crash on their head.
This has been a race where everyone has been trying to buy their ticket, and inside the final 100 laps, you would say that you are reaching your destination. You know how tough a race like this is going to be, and it's been a story of those jumping up and down, from those who couldn't qualify the car to those who are looking to say, right, this is where my run's going to be. Ted Lowendick has control of the race on a restart for the first time. Lee Olsen alongside him, then it's Zach Range and Brad Newman. Felix Ferrer is there in 5th, and now on this restart, it is Lowendick who has control. Green flag drops, and we're underway. Lee Olsen doesn't get the best launch. He was a little bit too close to Ted, and that opens Zach Range up on the inside here on lap 4, 10 of 500. Move done, Range to second. Oh, Newman, big one. Everyone's going to get caught up in this in the back. Malillo's there, Klein's caught up, Xavier Sanchez is there, Burrows has been gone through in that one, a dramatic one. Dylan Vilasinski then is going to pick up dramas through. Brad Newman the catalyst in all of that, running himself then through the corner. He got tagged by the New Zealander, Sam Wright.
And that was another Martinsville stack up, a pile up heading off the turn. We've already seen a little bit of chaos heading down the straightaways. That's really the first huge stack up that we've seen in a decent amount of time. Once again, the 6 involved in that, if my memory serves me correctly, to a little bit earlier on in this race. The 6 had a piece of some drama in very similar fashion. Got ping-ponged from one side of the racetrack to the other, but either way, the yellow back out, I believe that's a 22nd one of the race. Comes with 89 laps left to go. Unfortunate for Barrows and everybody else involved in that incident. Brad Newman, though, big shame for him. He was running so well all throughout this race, but things going to fall apart with that moment.
So Newman, middle of the road, and then up on the exit is the tag into the wall. And for Wright, Brad Newman's had a wonderful race here today, and he just gets caught out. There is nothing you can do about incidents like those when you're caught up in the middle of it, and everyone behind is going to be there in a place going, I have just about escaped there, the dramas. Here's Wright's view of it then. So he's there, down on the low line, up. That's going to be close. I think it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
Yeah, I think those two really just caught chasing each other's tails as they headed their way out of the turn. Either way you slice it, though, whoever's at fault, very unfortunate way for all of those races to go. Contact at the end, you gotta wonder how bad the damage is. I mean, those were some huge impacts as they stacked up heading down that back straightaway. Such a shame for all of those competitors. Some of them had put on some darn good drives, either recovery drives after some drama a little bit earlier on, or just running firmly up at the front. Such a shame those racers to have the falling anvils come down to crash on top of their heads. Still have 87 laps left to go for those competitors, now rejoining the racetrack right in front of the field, about to take the restart. Do have to wonder about the lap traffic situation as we get a little bit farther along in this run, if we do have a long green flag run to see this out.
22 safety cars over the course of this race, down to 12 on the lead lap. Ted Lowendick then in control, Range second, Olsen third, Ferrer is there in fourth. Green flag drops again, 86 laps to go at Martinsville, and back underway again. Olsen not quick enough for the start, and there's going to be a big tag up. They stay green. It was again Samuel Wright. Now he does spin. Caution comes out again.
Yeah, I was wondering whether or not that yellow would come out as he spun onto the pit lane entry, but the yellow is back out trying to rejoin the racetrack. Be careful on the rejoin here, Sam. He gets it back up and rolling now down in P12. Last of the cars on the lead lap. We'll have one more driver at least rejoining the lap, as I believe we will have a lucky dog under this yellow. Always stacking them up. We are expecting this sort of drama at the very end. Yellow, 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 green, yellow cycle at the very end as these racers build the aggression up. We have most certainly gotten that at this point in the final 100 laps as we take a look to see the moment for Samuel Wright in that 31 car and the 21 on the inside of the contact being made. Really nothing that he could have done.
It's too aggressive from Clint Ekenolg. You have to say, you're looking for the inside, 3 wide, and you haven't got yourself anything more than just a slither of a nose alongside. Not the way it's going to be done. Matthew Bird, who has spent 250 laps down, as it's Jake Sperry and Ron Mones bringing you all of the coverage here, 250 laps down by laps, finally is getting the lucky dog again to move back to the top. He's just got to hope that he doesn't get the black flag penalty for what comes along, which mired him back 2 laps last time.
Yeah, I'm keeping my fingers crossed for his sake that we will not have another black flag befall him. That would be the ultimate cruelty, getting constantly stuck in this cycle of going 1 lap down, shuffling your way back up into that lucky dog position, and then picking up another black flag that starts you off at square one. He's been locked in that cycle for what feels like probably about an hour at this point. I think for his sakes, mental well-being sakes, I would hope that he breaks out of it. So let's see what this restart may bring. It's been a little bit hectic for the past couple of restarts, and we'll just have to find out exactly how these racers play here on this restart coming up in probably about a lap time, whether or not they decide to play ball, or if we go back to the aggression, back to the argy-bargy action, and drivers throwing fists at each other.
So, drivers who are pretty much out of the race from those hits, Brad Newman, Justin Melillo, and Dylan Vilazinski find themselves then wrong place. David Tosa at 28 laps down is going to have a chance to jump up. Jacob Klein and Javier Sanchez find themselves 1 lap adrift. So that puts us on 14 runners here towards the end of this race. This is a gauntlet of who can survive in terms of this one, but it's still Ted Lowendick who's got control of this field. Olsen, Range, Ferrier and Pelletier, your top 5, with Ekanolj in 6th. Green flag drops and we're back to running once again here from this beautiful circuit of Martinsville. Range gets the jump on the inside and makes it known, and it's going to be close. Olsen's going to get tagged around. Sideways they go into the barriers. Caution again, 3 quick in a row.
And that was Pelletier involved in that as well. In the number 23 machine, he got a piece of that action. The 22 and the 23 coming to blows. We're back under yellow. Lee Olsen with a meatball flag. Huge damage on that machine. He'll have to come down pit lane to repair that car, as we are expecting the drama breaking out once more.
Well, this is the phase of the race where drivers are not going to be willing to give up positions, and I think that has to be remembered on top of anything else right now here, Ron. These drivers know that they're at the crunch time of this race. They don't want to give up places, especially on restarts, and when you got Lee Olsen in the middle of the road here, he's going to lose that place for second. He sees Pelletier there down the inside. Pelletier's just going to run up, tag, and then there's the hit. Black flag, mechanical flag for Lee Olsen, so he's going to have that go, and that is what we call a modified in the business of America.
Yeah, I think I have seen some cars look in roughly that same condition driving around in the streets of this country, but it's not that good out there on the racetrack. You can't see one thing, and it just looks a little bit goofy. So if you do win the race with a car that damaged, you're either going to have a diecast made out of it, or people are going to meme your car every which way. But either way you slice it, 78 laps now left to go here. A green yellow cycle that we find ourselves locked in at the present moment. And for these racers that were looking to have a smooth run through to the very end, I gotta wonder how this is going to mess with their psychological side of things. They've got to feel a little bit stressed out with these constant yellows coming out, kind of breaking up their groove.
Yeah, so with 3 quick back-to-back, it won't mind Ted Lowendick, because he's there at the front of the field. He's happy at the front of the field and knows that he's just ticking laps off, and you see it quite a bit. If you tick laps off, that's less threat, less time for drivers to start putting themselves through. We are over 3 hours into this race, and you've got to feel there's a fatigue factor.
Yeah, we always talk about in terms of these longer special events, whether it be on the sports car endurance side of things or whether it be for some of the oval stuff, certainly here with the MX-500, it is a long race here at Martinsville, and it can be a little bit monotonous. So many laps around the exact same racetrack, you head off through these turns 1,000 times. So it can be a little bit monotonous for these racers just to try and be there in the mental side of things to contend for a win. Let's see how this restart goes around.
Lowendick with control, the pace car already in, the iRacing sedan. The run is there. Lowendick gets the jump. Green flag back underway again with 13 out there on the leading lap. Lowendick gets a good run. Range was very good on that restart, and here comes Felix Ferrier to the inside. The Belgian looking to move up now to jump up into second position now with the launch. That's going to be through, and then you've got Matt Pelletier, who's had a good launch to get up, and James Mendez for the first time making progress.
Oh, and look at the 5 affair trying to dive off into the bottom to cover off the challenge from Zach Range that he expected. Down into 1, contact being made, huge sledgehammer hit to the wall for Samuel Wrights. 2 racers trying to chase each other's tails as they head their way down to the bottom of the racetrack. Still very frenetic, haven't had that yellow, haven't had any sort of major drama on this restart, but it is still close quarter stuff for all of these racers battling, whether it be lap cars, battling with drivers on the lead lap, or a battle for position. It is still gutsy with all of these racers duking it as we get closer and closer to the end.
Ekanolj will look behind, and so too will James Mendez at the very quick duo of Matthew Bird and Patrick Moose, and there's the turnaround on Bird. Moose is there, caution's out, number 25 of the day. James Mendez caught there on Matthew Bird, getting a little bit shallow off the exit of 4.
Yeah, once again, a stack up heading out of these turns. The squeeze as well with everybody running their different lines, trying to converge it to 1 point out there on the racetrack. Gonna cause another yellow to come out. We'll take a look at that moment here to see what happened with Bird. Not the first time he's had some drama heading out of turn number 4. He'll be keeping his fingers crossed that is not the last. nearly had another car getting on top of another like we saw a little bit earlier on in this race. Unfortunate for Mendez, again, involved in that drama, and Bird as well. Those two careened their way down the running order as if their anvils pushed out of a helicopter.
So, a few will come in, Econog will jump in, so too will Moose, Barrows will jump in and hit the pits. I believe Jacob Klein is making that call to come in to make a stop, and then James Mendez, who was caught up in that incident. So it's about keeping a clean car. That will give you what you need, the likes of which it will be David Toaster who will get a wave around by the looks of it, because all other cars are down in the pit. He only needs 27 more wave rounds to get back onto the leading lap. The issue is he's not going to have enough laps to get himself back into position. So David Toaster is just racing to try and get ahead of anybody who's got who is in the pits damaged, and to try and jump ahead. And there will be drivers out there racing for their iRating and their safety rating.
Yeah, and speaking of the safety rating and all that stuff, we have to worry about those incident points. 50 incident points here for this race, and I said a little bit earlier on how quickly those 50 points can go away. Have we had anybody actually either pick up any sort of incident penalty? I'm sure we probably have, with the amount of drama that we have seen. We kind of expected it, though. This is a sort of racetrack where those incidents can go by as if they're absolutely nothing. 50x may seem like a whole lot, and that it most certainly is, but the best way I could describe it is drinking 2-gallon jugs of water may seem like a very tough feat to try and do in 5 minutes, but if you put them into a giant swimming pool, it'll basically seem like nothing at all.
So, there is a lot of very important racing that still needs to be done, and you will be looking around and saying, what can you do? It is worth noting as well that at the end of this race, if it does need to, there are 3 green-white checkers. So if needed to, Ron, as they now work themselves too wide, we could be heading to overtime here at Martinsville, if it needs it. So we'll keep in mind what they do. It is Lowendick, Ferrer, Range and Pelletier, your top 4. Some great drives have jumped up here. Joe Thompson for the first time into your top 6. This might be a case of who survives, because they find themselves back to green. It's a good launch there by Ted Lowendick, and he'll be looking around saying, what more can I do? Lap 4:33 here at 500.
Yeah, looking at everybody heading their way off through 1 and 2. They keep it clean through there. Now down the backstretch into 3 and 4. Lowendick trying to hold on to that race lead as Frere and Range continue to duke it out for second and third.
There's the turnaround. It's 26 cautions, and again, they can't seem to clear themselves. Jacob Klein is caught up. Clint Econog is the one who ends up on the wrong side of it. And at the moment, a black and orange mechanical flag for Clint Econog. It's a case where James Mendez just is getting caught between pillar and post.
Yeah, the squeeze is coming out of the turns. I think I briefly mentioned it, but I didn't really get the opportunity to elaborate on it a little bit earlier on in this broadcast. With so many different lines and so many different ideas that these racers have coming out of the turns, just find the point out there on the track where everybody is going to be overlapping with somebody. And of course, here on iRacing, unless you're running in the pits, you can't really ghost through a car. The contact happens regardless. Let's see how it all transpired. The 21 gets into the side of that number 14 and 13 stacking up in the midst of all that as well. Huge moment for the both of them. Thought I was going to see a driver nearly end up on their lid in that accident.
Well, this is about keeping yourself steady. So Econog then had to really work hard. Klein got caught up in it. Yet the hood right up there and crunkled to no end out there in terms of this race. So really tough for a number of drivers now who will have to get their damage repaired to keep themselves in this. But again, the least amount of drivers you keep putting in this position, you feel the more of a chance you've got of winning. And this is almost the reverse fallacy of, less drivers means less cautions. I don't think it actually means that at the moment here on. I think it means less drivers, more chance of saying, hey, I'm going to get a great result out of this. Let's go for it.
Yeah, you're gonna see these racers build up to the point where they say, you know what, let's just try and get everything out of this race. Screw it, I'm going for glory. I am going to be taking the gloves off, throwing those bare knuckles at everybody that goes around me. We're gonna get to that point sooner rather than later with only 65 laps on the board. We will see everybody build up that aggression more and more. I think I said this a matter of over 100 laps ago at this point. I think it was 177 left to go when I said we were talking about how chaotic and how aggressive the action was, and then I think I said in a rather nice bit of premonition how it was probably going to be even more aggressive in 100 laps time after that. Sure enough, we're a little over 100 laps afterwards, and I think the aggression has most certainly built up since around lap 325.
Well, there'll be 63 to go when they cross the line. Ted Lowendick will now have control of the field still, with Ferrer on the outside, range behind that, and they know that they've just got to get some clearance. Green flag back in the air, and we're racing again from Martinsville, and this is going to be about hold your nerve in the final stages of this race. You're building up yourself a platform, and coverage is there. A bit of too wide still as Zach Range tries to get himself the clearance on Felix Ferrer for that position, and the Belgian doing just enough to keep his position right now in P2.
That 5 car has been an unstoppable force throughout this race. Even when he's been down, he hasn't been out, so keep an eye on him as he's all over the back of the number 10 car of Ted Lowendick, heading down into 3 and 4. Will he go for a move on the 10? Will Zach Range go for a dive off on him? Who's going to be the next to pounce in this battle, as we got now Lowendick covering off the inside line. Those two chasing each other's tails off into the turn of the 5, getting sent up the track, and here comes Zach Range now fighting on the inside of him.
Yeah, that was tough between them, and they had to really work for it. A bit of side-by-side back there between Matthew Bird and Nathan Barrows as they go at it for 6th and 7th. But if Ted's happy to throw the block, he knows how aggressive Felix was blocking. He knows how aggressive Felix is attacking. What a pick down the inside by Felix Ferrer, who looks to get it done and has to cover off. Tries to shut the door on Zach Range, but Range goes all the way down to the inside. Lowendick on the outside, clears them both.
Yeah, those two bringing each other down to the gas station there as they headed their way off into 3. Lowendick take advantage of that to hold on to the race lead, but Fair now feeling the pressure from Range as they're duking that side by side through 1 and 2. These two have been oh so aggressive. Fair, he's been an unstoppable force. Zach Range has always been the driver to throw the haymakers when nobody else would. We just saw it a matter of 1 lap ago with how those two were racing each other, heading down the back straightaway. We're getting to crunch time, and these racers know that.
And there's been from lap 2, P2 and P3. These top 2 have worked from to get to this position. Zach Range from 25th, Matt Pelletier, who is there in 4th from 29th in this 31 car field, and move made by Felix, who gets his pass done, but still, you look around at Lowendick, he's still going to work the outside line. Zach Range is going to keep himself into play here and say, I want to get some drive, and now it's about who's stamping on the throttle quick enough, who's getting the best exit out of these corners, and they know the cycles they put into these tyres, they would have worn them down with the amount of restarts, the heat cycles they keep putting into them.
Yeah, that's an awesome point that you raise there, Jake. Talking about the heat cycling of these tires from my own karting days, I am very familiar with how to heat cycle the tires. Eventually, every single time you heat these tires up, more and more solvents get leaked out. It gets to the point where those tires aren't going to be the same. They're basically going to be giant blocks of non-sticky rubber that you have to drive on, and it is going to be a very tough road ahead. Will we see these competitors run into those grip concerns, or will it just be a matter of being concerned about their competitors? Let's just find out. Fair, very happy that he's not side by side, unlike the two right behind. Zach Range and Ted Lowendick continue to duke it out, as look right behind at that number 23 car, Matt Peltier. He is still involved in this battle, hasn't made a move, hasn't gone for a dive, but he's just been sitting there behind, probably learning what these 2 and these 3 are doing right in front of him, and he is maybe strategizing to see when and where he's going to make that pounce.
So still too wide there for second and third. Range trying to work that inside line. You've still got the damaged cars fighting then of Bird and Wright for the top 5. They've got as well Patrick Moose, who I think still will have pace late if he can just make the progress through and gain the passes. So they're going to be in there. They're soon looking at 50 laps to go here in this race. And Zach Range now trying to put this angle down in on the inside. Wright's door is opened up. The gap opening up then between the top 4 and the rest, because it is going to be Matthew Bird who moves himself into 5th, and still Ted Lowendick holds on resolutely on the outside. Whoa, in the back. That was close. Right, and Moose, and there's the turnaround. Patrick Moose and Samuel Wright together. Caution out.
Oh, and that got ugly as they headed their way out of 1 and 2. Moose and Wright were chasing each other's tail, and it was only a matter of time before some sort of drama was gonna break out. May need to load up a replay there because it looked like they got stuck together. A case of the old iRacing glue maybe coming out of 2, but no matter how you slice it, the both of them running into difficulties, and we have got a yellow just a tick over 50 laps left from the end.
It's tough between them because they traded paints the entirety down the straight. So Moose sees the tap, gets in the rear, and look at them. They're holding together. They've effectively locked fenders at that point, and I think just Patrick lets it go and just runs into him. If he doesn't make that contact and lift out of it, then they don't have that incident.
Yeah, I think that was just a simple case of the iRacing glue. Those two cars stuck together as they headed their way out of 2, and really nothing that they could do other than just jerk the steering wheel in whatever violent motion they decide to go with. And it's a shame for the both of them. They were putting on some very good drives. They're going to be way at the back, some damage on those race cars. And now we've got some pit stops to worry about. A decent chunk of the field has come down pit lane, including Zach Range coming in from 3rd.
Yep, so with all bar 4 jumping in the pit, I don't think this is a bad call at all in this position, because if everyone's coming in and you're not going to actually lose that much track position, we're talking about effectively losing about 20 meters. That's all you're going to lose by coming down into the pit. I think this is a very clever call to come in because you're going to continue to lose drivers. We're now inside 50 laps to go, and so you're thinking that if any caution here, any restart could be your last. You're looking for any lasting advantage.
Yeah, this is the point of the race where nobody is going to yield. Nobody is going to say, you know what, I'll let you have that spot because I'm going to come back and take it later. We're at the point now where everybody is going to be throwing everything that they have got at this race. Nobody's going to be lifting. Nobody's going to be taking careful. Nobody will take it easy. We are going to see these racers run it at 100%, sometimes over, and more often, in fact, they're going to be running over the limit, try and get everything they can out of this race, everything out of their competitors. This is going to be a brawl, I think is the best way to describe it. It'll be that classic Martinsville brawl as we get to an end of a race, tensions flying, a lot at stake. These racers not fighting for a playoff spot like they usually do in the NASCAR race. Instead, they're fighting for a special event win, and everybody wants to do that.
Felix Ferreira has control of the field. Lowendick, Pelletier, Bird, Wright, they're all there. Xavier Sanchez in the mix as well. Green flag, there's not a jump to get through. They had to be very late on the launch to go and get the clearance needed to make it happen. Pelletier jumps up into 2nd place and just about gets the jump needed. But Lowendick now in 3rd, and Matthew Bird still a threat in 4th.
Yeah, keep an eye on that number 20 car. Once he finally broke through, got back on the lead lap, he may have some front-end damage, but looks very similar to the front-end damage that he had earlier on in this event, and that was when he was running up towards the front. So keep an eye on that number 20 car to maybe give these front 3 a bit of a shake. I still want to keep my eyes on that number 11 car right behind him, though. Zach Range has been relentless in his efforts to try and gain any sort of spot that he can and cut his way through the field like a hot knife through butter. Holds on to P5 right now. The last of the cars in this 5-car train up in the front. Keep an eye on him to maybe impress as we get closer and closer to the end.
Oh, into the wall, Pelletier goes, caution comes out, and again, the powder keg explodes a 2nd time. So there goes Zach Range for the first time caught out in it. He was wrong place, wrong time, and it will be required repairs for Matt Pelletier.
And that was a sledgehammer shot into the wall. You can see as soon as that contact was made, pretty much head on into that safer barrier. And there is Matthew Bird, stopped there on the infield. Very similar spot to where his race has gone wrong before. He's going to just park it and maybe call it a night. Frustration building up as we get to the end. There was a contact. Beltier getting hit by the 10 of Lowendick, and yeah, just nothing he could have done. A bad bump and then just gets fired off straight into that wall.
It's a very tough moment out there, and when you got the tag to the back there, Ted Lowendick gets into the rear, you start turning around and going, this is the stakes that you sit at. You've got to make sure that at the table, it's elbows out. You've got to make sure that you're trying to do what you can. But this is a nightmare. Drivers are going to be dealing with cars that are not playing ball, that steering's not going to be quite right after 500 laps. You know, you're going to be dealing with things like you're looking around and you've not got the tyres exactly where you want. You are looking at every single part of that car. It's a case of if you've got a clean car at this stage, you know, you have done the work of the heavens.
You know, the way that I could describe the mental side of things for these competitors as we get to the end, it's basically like being a home chef. If you're trying to make something that you've never made before, it's going to feel very hectic. It's been very hectic thus far in this race. These drivers have had to manage keeping their car clean, keeping the tires under them, making sure that they're in the right spot, making sure they have enough fuel to get to the end. If we do find ourselves in overtime attempts a little bit later on, the fuel may come back to bite these racers directly on their hind end. I can best compare it to doing some home cooking. You're trying to make so many different things at once. You gotta cook that bacon as you're trying to cook something else, balance a whole lot of stuff, boiling the potatoes, whatever it may be. Eventually, one thing will get left behind, and that one thing could potentially ruin an entire dish.
So this is Bird, who's trying to work himself then out at the moment, tries to work around, and then he has a second tag as he goes through. The 6 very unhappy Nathan Barrows, sorry, there as he goes through. But the defense there of that is that you don't quite know how bad the steering is after getting caught in a massive incident like that. So for Matthew Bird, who's 3 laps down with damage and now sitting in the pit, the damage there, I think, is the reason why Nathan Barrows takes a hit there as they were under pacing conditions. Felix Ferreira has control. Lowendick and then Patrick Moose has worked away back up into 3rd position. Green flag drops. Moose gets a great launcher as well. Ferreira is going to be clear in towards 1.
And everything that he needs to do on that restart for Felix Ferreira as he will hold on to that race lead. Now look at Moose and Lowendick duking it out. Those two have had some scrappy moments over the past 60 laps in this race. Who's going to win out in that battle? Is look at Nathan Barrows right behind. Maybe some damage on the front end of that number 6 with a contact under yellow. Keep an eye on him to maybe shock the world as we get closer and closer to the end.
Oh, this is going to be tough, and a bit of understeer then through the middle. Then a bit tight from Patrick Moose. So Ted Lowendick back into 2nd place. Here comes Nathan Barrows for 3rd. Then as he's just about to get the clearance then and gets the pass done. So he's now looking at trying to make progress left. We're down to just 7 on the leading lap in this race, and there's a slide up the top from Barrows, and that's going to open up Sam Wright to move up to 3rd place.
And what a performance from Sam Wright. If he can make it into victory lane at the end of this, it would be the comeback of a century. So a long way left to go. Lots of things that he has got to balance in that very wounded number 31 car. I think all throughout this race, that number 31 machine has not been factory fresh, even at the very start. He's had his fair share of drama up to this point, but if he can get a good result out of it, it would be a fantastic way for this evening to end as he holds on to P3. Bit of a gap, though, between himself and those top 2 who are covered by less than 0.2 of a second. You have to go nearly a full 1.5 seconds to find Wright in 3rd.
Top 2 are clear and are the cleanest cars in this field. Ted Lowendick and Felix Ferreira, 2nd and 1st respectively. It is all about the fight for 3rd on at the moment, because there goes another little search from Nathan Barrows, who's not going to quite get what's needed. Xavier Sanchez sits on this group now and tries to do so in 5th place, but your top 2 now, this is going to be a game of waiting. When it's one-on-one, mano-a-mano, hand-to-hand combat, you look around and say, who's got it better?
Yeah, who finds themselves in the best situation, even with the hand of cards that they have in their hand is all ripped up and bent? Who has the best looking one? We'll have to find out as we jump back to this battle. Split screen with first on the top end and the battle for third right on the bottom. You can see Barrows and Wright duking it out for P3. Xavier Sanchez right behind him. Keeping on that number 27 car to potentially shock the world and impress as we get to the very end.
He understeers into the side there of what was Samuel Wright. Wright will drop the place down to 5th. Then as it's going to be Barrows who gets clearance now in 3rd place. You go back to 4th and see that Wright will lose out with the damage he's got on the front. It's going to be Felix Ferrer who will know with 33 laps to go. He's got to hold himself steady at the moment. A litany of lap cars trying to find a finish. Toaster, Newman, Olsen you can put in the mix there. Malillo trying to find a finish. Vilazinski and then Lachlan Frank and Joe Thompson are still out there at the moment. Patrick Moose in 6th. Jacob Klein a little bit lonely in 7th with the likes then of Stefan Hounzinger still out there and Clint Eckenold, Robert Nelson and the likes trying to still find finishes. But it is going to be about where the cards lay at the end of this race. So I would still sit down and say you are scrapping for minor positions. You never know with a race like this. These top 2 could race themselves out of contention by focusing just on each other.
Yeah, that's a fantastic point that he raised there. The cushion that they have is big, but it is not insurmountable by any means at all. If those two just throw haymakers at each other and allow those racers a little bit farther behind to close up that gap as if it's nothing, cut that 2.5-second margin as if it's just a piece of cheese that you have on a plate. Who knows? We'll have to see whether or not it will be Ferrer and Lowendick battling for the win just by their lonesomes, or whether or not there will be some more racers being a thorn in their side
Caution!
as we get closer and closer to the end.
So that's going to bring things back together again. I think Patrick Moose is slow, and he's been turned around by Lachlan Frank. Some lap traffic that has gone by, and with 29 laps to go, we hold it all back down again. Oh my goodness me, the clearance was there. Now a second chance for the field.
You know, right as I was thinking, why worry about the racers battling to bring others into the midst when we could have a yellow to cause it to happen? And that's exactly what happens here. Following Moose and his perspective and all this, that Hello Kitty car was running quick early on, but things have gone awry in that 2 machine. And that right there, contact being made, the 25 hit that inside curb and fired off into the side of the 2. It has been a very upsetting day for that 2 car.
It's a tough day out there at the moment, and this is going to be a really, really difficult run in. This is a 4.5K strength of field that they have run into here in this race. Heike walks into this one knowing he's car 27. Samuel Wright, the lowest I rating in this field, with a shot of victory here today. That's one for the cars, but look at how they stack up. Felix Ferrer is there in control of this race. He has been by far and away the quickest driver out there. He's got a bit of damage on the front clip, but not much more than that. You look around and see the others and say, what more can you do? Ted Lowendick's come in and made a stop, and he's got next to nothing on that car. So I think he's wanting to make that pit stop, gain an advantage. And Felix was the only driver not to come in on this caution.
And now when we think about that call to come down pit lane for those racers right behind Felix, we gotta wonder, what is the goal that they're trying to go at here? Do they want to have the tire advantage? That they most certainly would. Do they want to have the fuel advantage and know that they can make it to the end? That certainly wouldn't be a bad idea, with the possibility of maybe having some overtime attempts later on here tonight. That could be a huge determining factor as to how things may go. With all the racers out there on the racetrack duking it out for these spots, we're going to reach that point sooner rather than later where that level of aggression gets cranked up once again. I mean, we're probably at a 14 out of 10 right now. Probably gonna see it hit a 20 as we get into the final 20 laps.
Wow, 29 cautions have gone and befallen many out there over the course of this run. Samuel Wright will be third, Nathan Barrows fourth, Patrick Moose, despite the spin, up to fifth ahead of Jacob Klein and Heike 360 ES. Xavier Sanchez in seventh as they line up. It will be 24 laps to go. Pace under the control of Felix Ferrer. This has been a marathon of a race, and it may come down to who has the gauntlet as we now sit just 20 minutes from midnight. It all sits on this green flag in the air, and we're underway. Pelletier will take a black flag penalty for a jump on the start, but now as they work through, Lowendick holds his station well in second. He got down low quick enough. Barrow's having a scrap now with Wright.
As they duke it out down into 3 and 4. Who's going to win out in this battle? Will it be Wrights? Will it be Barrows? Wrights holding on to that inside line. Going to be in the right spot. He clears him. So that is going to be a move for third from Samuel Wright after what has been a roller coaster ride for that number 31 car. If he can leave it here with that checkered flag, it would be the comeback of a lifetime. But there's still so many other racers looking to impress. One driver that's come to form as of recent, Jacob Klein, that number 13 car, after nearly getting wrecked a couple of times and being involved in a fair share of incidents that were none of his making. Klein now holding on to P5 with 22 to go.
He's been very good as Jacob Klein of keeping it out of trouble, and he's bought himself a great opportunity as he looks now for the inside on Nathan Barrows, trying to jump himself up into fourth place. Barrows leaves the K-pop Demon Hunters car wide. He tags the wall, Moose tags the wall behind, and they both keep it together out there on circuit. Hard down low as it had to be defended for Xavier Sanchez, who was looking for that pass, and now look up at the front. 1, 2, 3 all together. Ferreira, Lowendick, and here comes Sam Wright looking for the inside for second.
Peaking at the right time is Sam Wright. Will he make this move stick for second? Let's find out as it's a drag race heading down into 1 and 2. Fair gonna be the leader still, but who's gonna be the next to challenge him? Will it be Wright getting that move done for P2, or will it be Lowendick holding on to it still?
Big defense. They were getting close to Pelletier, who was there, who got the tower buzz as he worked through. Ferreira is really trying to defend. 3 wide with 20 laps to go. It's going to be Wright who lifts out of it. Lowendick working the outside lane, and now looking for a launch here against Felix Ferreira, and he's going to get the clearance. They work through. Wright might throw it down the inside. Felix shoves one back.
Less than 10 miles left to go here at Martinsville, and it is everybody's race. You see these three still duking it hard. 3 wide racing down into 1 and 2 as Lowendick and Fair continue to fight. But look at Jacob Klein. He is there and there with a vengeance as the blocking game goes on once again down the backstretch.
Lowendick's got the clearance now and just needs to run. Felix Ferreira now needs to get in place. He understeers through the middle of the corner. This gives Sam Wright the chance, and clearance now of 2 car lengths for Ted Lowendick. Sam Wright dives it down low, gets the move up to second, and Felix at the time he needs it the most is fading.
Yeah, we talked about peaking at the right time for Samuel Wright. Felix Ferreira peaking at the wrong time. He was great at the start, falling off as we get to the very end. 16 laps now left to go here at Martinsville, and it looks like it's a 2-horse race now. Will it be Lowendick and Wright battling for the win? Will Ferreira eventually build the speed back up and get the confidence going once again in that number 5 car? Or will Jacob Klein and that lucky number 13 machine punch his way up into a top spot?
Or is it the day of the underdog, Samuel Wright, number 31 of 31. Ferreira having to defend in third. A look to the inside by Sam Wright. Not enough yet. Klein is there. Barrows on the back. And then the Porsche All-Star, Xavier Sanchez, there in 6th place. There's the look with 15 to go. And now it's not just about can you make this move, it's when.
Yeah, you gotta go for it at some point. You just gotta figure out when and where you make that move stick. Lowendick gonna cover off that inside line downtown into 1 and 2. Wright gonna keep that momentum rolling on the high side. This is a flat racetrack, that high side though. A little bit of banking to help you as he goes for the dive into 3 and 4.
Just remember, if they have an incident between 5 and 2 laps to go, we will be heading to overtime here at Martinsville with 3 green-white checker attempts. Barrows in the back, makes the lunge down the inside. He gets by Klein and moves up into 4th position. Top 3 keeping themselves all in check with 13. And Barrows again looking to confirm it here at 3 and 4 and does.
And Barrows trying to peak at the right time himself. That number 6 car has had a wild ride in this race, but let's see if the gold on his race car will translate to gold in this race. Will he get this move done? Will he be able to make a few more moves stick with 12 laps now left to go? As we look at that, and Lowendick chasing each other's tails into 3 and 4.
Ted threw a block. Sam said, no, I'm still going. And that could have been disaster between them at the front. It is USA versus New Zealand versus Belgium as your top three sit at the moment. And Sam Wright wants it. Ted Lowendick, using all of that experience, comes down to the first lane, outside line, searching for Sam. And they'll tick with 10 laps to go at Martinsville.
Oh, let's look at them once again, really racing hard. Wright fights himself down to the inside line into 1 and 2. He's going to try and take the race lead in the dying breaths of it. 10 laps left to go here at Martinsville. Lowendick and Wright continue to duke it out side by side now downtown into 3 and 4. Who will win out? Will it be either of these two, or is Felice Farah going to pick up the pieces in case they come to blows and rough each other up to jump into that top spot?
It's a near 4-hour thriller, and Samuel Wright on the inside can't get the clearance. Ted Lowendick still holding with the side draft there on the outside with the cleaner car, working hard at it then as they go through 3 and 4 once again, looking for 8 laps to go. And now they're going to join. Barrows down low. Ferrer defends the line, and clearance for Sam Wright through 1. Can he get rid of Ted Lowendick? He can!
Oh, but I don't think he got a good exit. Heading onto the back straightaways. Look at Lowendick fighting back down. Wright gonna throw the block side by side into 3 and 4. Now the shoes on the other foot. Lowendick gonna hold on to that inside line. Will he get this move done once again to jump back into the race lead? Wright made it sick in a very good way. However, it wasn't a matter of getting a good exit. It was a bad one there for Samuel Wright. Now with 7.5 laps left to go. They make contact once again down the backstretch. Coming to 6 to go this time by. It is a matter of nothing between these cars. And look at the drivers a little bit farther behind. They got to be smelling blood on the water.
They're just waiting for a chance to capitalize. 6 laps to go. Lowendick on the inside, a little shot to the side. Wright has to fall out of line. Felix Ferrer moves up to 2nd position now, and it puts Nathan Barrows looking for the podium. Lunges immediately back. This is exactly what Ted Lowendick wants.
Oh, this is an absolutely joyous sight for him in his rearview mirror, seeing those two duke it out. Samuel Wright, we've seen it thus far. He will never give up, but at this point in time, he's starting to fade back at the worst possible time. That 5 car coming back to form, but right now it's looking good for Lowendick. Doesn't matter who wins out in that battle. If they continue to go side by side like this, that 10 car just going to drive off into the sunset. Now 4 to go here at Martinsville.
He's got the launch that he needs, and that gap at 0.3 of a second. They've got to get organised, and a little block pass through the middle, a shot to the back. Barrows is going to make that move, but now there's more car lengths in between them. It's 4 car lengths now for Ted Lowendick with 4, well now 3.5 laps to go. This is everything he wants. Sanchez trying to go for a top 5 around the outside of Jacob Klein, gets the run, but now Samuel Wright's got to find everything to get back to Ted Lowendick.
Yeah, Samuel Wright's car is so beaten and bruised that I feel like he's a bit of a cork in the bottle at certain points in time. But now as we get to the end, that driver, the number 31 car, who has not given up all throughout tonight, certainly not going to give up in the final throws of this race. Side by side, right behind for 3rd. But right now, it's a matter of a 2-horse race. These front 2 breaking away. Will it be Lowendick holding off the challenge, or will Samuel Wright make it stick?
Well, it's move made by Felix Ferrer as now Xavier Sanchez tries to get into the party. Top 2 are there for it, and it doesn't look like it's green-white Checkersville at the moment, because this one will go official by the looks of it. White flag waved by Barney. Ted Lowendick's got an angle for 3rd. A big block to the inside. Barrows trying to go to the outside for 3rd place. It's a car length left for Samuel Wright. He's going to have to throw it back from a mile away to get back to number 10. The underdog's going to fall short. He tries what he can, but rough shot at the front. Teddy gets it done. Ted Lowendick takes the Martinsville 500.
And what a drive from Lowendick. From drama in the race to peaking at the right time and grabbing the checkered flag to win this special event. What a drive from him, and what a fight back from Samuel Wright. That car looks like it's ready for the scrap heap instead of victory lane, but he came oh so close to spraying that champagne. What a drive from all of these racers. What a race here at Martinsville tonight.
Absolutely magnificent. They had to work hard for it on a 29 caution night. which pretty much sat itself down and said whoever can keep themselves out of trouble gives themselves a shot. I haven't seen Ted Lowendick today get himself into too much trouble. He had one tap in the entire race, and that was it. A brilliant day at the office for him, and a victory he will savor in an iRacing special event.
And savor he will with the win indeed. What a drive from him. I can't even imagine the world of pressure that he was feeling as we got closer and closer to the end of this race. That was a fantastic finish. What a brawl, what a fight back, what a comeback for the 10. Congratulations to Ted Lowendick. He had to go out there and earn that win, and earn it he sure did.
A wonderful victory, and done so brilliantly. 3 hours, 45 minutes and a second, and wins by 3/10, nearly 4 over Samuel Wright. Felix Ferrer will finish off in third after running near the front all day, and it would be Nathan Barrows in fourth, and Javier Sanchez, who started 30th in this field. The Porsche All-Star will get a top 5 for the Troubles. Jacob Klein and Patrick Moose would be the last 2 finishers on the lead lap, and it's a day of who didn't manage to survive. Lee Olsen in 8th, Justin Malillo in 9th, and Joe Thompson rounding out the top 10. Clint Eckenog had great chances today to make this race work. He's 11th with Zach Range in 12th. Matt Pelletier was a threat in the mid part of the race. He's 13th, and then James Mendez behind that. Dylan Vilazinski kept himself quiet in 15th, and the recovery of David Toaster. He'd been many laps down for the majority of this race, but will still get 16th ahead of Brad Newman and Matthew Bird, who both threatened. Stefan Hounsinger will be classified as 19th, with Robert Nelson rounding out the top 20 at 74 laps adrift. The field is a litany of retirees after that. Over 100 laps for Lachlan Frank, for Charles Wimbley, Dwayne Drummond, Lincoln Fox, who was your pole sitter, John Michael Dunnigan, John Babineau in trouble today. So too Carl Dragon, the number 1. Dale Tanhart had himself issues out on circuit, which caused him out of the race. And then Vinicius Burin, Unai Ortiz in trouble. And then down at the very bottom, Lars Chenoweth, who only lasted the 1 lap of the 500, retiring 499 laps from the end of this race. We do have the opportunity to say what a race it is, and joining us now is your race winner overall, Ted Lowendick, who's here along with us. Ted, 500 laps of racing like this, I think the majority of everyone will look at it and go, that was just a case of trying to give yourself a car to give yourself a chance.
Yeah, it was just wanted to be... My right leg's tired, so I just wanted to be around for the finish. Apologize to whoever I made contact with there towards the end, and I think pretty much ended their race. But sorry for that. But yeah, that was more intense at the end there than I would have preferred. But hey, happy to to sit here and drive 500 laps, and it all meant something.
So talk us through your mindset going in throughout this race, because there's a lot of this race where you're thinking, okay, it's a bit of preamble. You've got to make sure that you're running the strategy. You're getting exactly what you need. On a day with 29 cautions in it, how do you keep yourself in that zone that says, right, I need to concentrate and focus because this could be my last run?
The thing I kept focusing on was just making sure once we got to around lap 250, that was going to be the last time we'd need to take fuel. So I kept making little pit stops every now and then to just kind of top up, so that way if I needed to cycle to the front, because track position is pretty difficult to get a grasp on. So every now and then I'd drop in, put a couple gallons in, and then when we hit that 250, 260, there was a caution right around there. I came in, took a little bit of fuel, took right sides, and made it work. I think I put four tires on twice the whole race, and then just stuck with rights from there on out. But yeah, that was a lot of fun. Thanks to you guys for the for the broadcast. Shout out to Solpec Precision Racing, making these amazing wheels that I get to use, and everybody at Whataback and Whataback Liveries for shout out to Jeff for making such a sweet little livery for this race. But yeah, that was entertaining, to say the least.
So Ted, my final question is, where can most people find you in the iRacing sphere in terms of racing, and what is your biggest challenge now moving into the final couple of months here of 2025?
So I am on the oval side mainly in the Class C area. Every now and then I dabble with the endurance special events, but I've got a kid now, so I don't have as much time to practice. So oval is a little bit easier to learn and commit a little more time to. So, but yeah, look forward to the rest of the year. And I'm gonna go celebrate this one. I don't have a way to do it. Normally I do a shoey, but I don't have I don't have any way of showing you guys. So I'm gonna go do one of those, and yeah.
Go record it and tag iRacing in it. That's my best way of saying it. Ted Lowendick there joining us and picking up a massive race win here from Martinsville. But Ron, what a brilliant day's worth of racing.
Oh, absolutely. From the drop of the green flag all the way through to the fall of the checkered, Martinsville did not disappoint here today. These MX-5s put on great racing no matter what kind of racetrack you put them on, and tonight was no exception. Congratulations to Ted on grabbing that victory, and I gotta say, from my perspective, it was an absolute honor to be on this show. That was some of the best racing I've gotten the opportunity to cover. Some of those nerve-wracking as well. I can't even imagine how the nerves were for those racers, because I know from my perspective on the broadcast booth, my heart was beating out of its chest come time for the very end.
It was one of those races where you just had to make sure you survived all the way to the end. A reminder, ladies and gentlemen, that the FIA F4 Global Esports Championship kicks off this evening in just under 3 hours time here on iRacing. So you'll definitely want to stay around in 3 hours for that to go and get itself started. The best 39 in the world are looking to prove they have what it takes to take $35,000 prize pool and put it in their back pocket. But from the team here today that has brought this racing over to you, from Ron Moans, from Ramiro Augustin Cisneros, who's been alongside with us in production, my name has been Jake Sperry. In terms of what's next, it's the FF1600, which will be coming along next week in terms of this racing championship of special events that continues on through, and that might be one of the most successful of the lot. But today, survival said the prophet, and the prophet looked down and said, you know what, I am thinking 10 is going to be my number to pick up today. Ted Lowendick getting the job done here at Martinsville.